experience or you'll only experience once. And it's like, even if you're at a point where, like, you have a good understanding of your emotions, something can happen where you've never experienced it before, even through all your years of experience that you have. There can always be new things that always happen to you.
That's a very good point. Very well said. What I find is that as I've grown and I've aged, my end goal for understanding emotions has changed. Very early on, my goal was really to control my feelings, control my anger, because I had anger management issues. And nowadays, I find that my goal isn't so much to control my emotions as it is to understand my emotions to make me a better person, to make me a better father, to make me a better husband. It helps me understanding my emotions and emotions in general have helped me to be more empathetic to other people, to understand different people's points of view, to not jump to conclusions, and to be less judgmental. In your understanding and continued understanding of emotions and feelings, what are some of the things that you've noticed have changed in you? Do you have any examples?
Yeah, I have a few examples. I used to be the type of person that would get mad very easily. Like, I would be playing a video game and it wouldn't be working, or like something bad would happen and I'd scream about it. There have been instances where, like, my friends did the littlest thing that just got me really mad, and I would yell at them, or we would get into a fight or something. And as I matured, or at least through getting to understand my emotions more, I started to find ways that I could better control and understand that anger. It's like, and then I understood that, like, half the time when I was angry, things didn't really matter, so it was like I really had no point of being angry at that point, and it stopped me from getting so mad at my friends whenever that happened, and I noticed we had a lot less fights afterwards. And I also noticed that other people didn't bug me as much as they used to, so, learning to control that anger also got me to, kind of loosen up a bit and not, like, always seem so negative, because I was very negative, before I really understood my emotions. Every day was a bad day. I never found anything good through it, and now, yeah, well, I'm not incredibly positive, and I don't always say, like, oh, today's been the best day, or, like, yeah, I'm doing great. I still, like, find funny stuff that happens, and I'm not always as mad as I used to be. I'm not like, oh my god, this was the worst day ever, but, I'm also not, I'm, kind of getting a middle ground there, being slightly more positive at least, so.
Yeah, and that balance, that emotional balance that you demonstrate is very obvious to the casual observer. The one thing that I've noticed in understanding my emotions better and making that effort, and it is an effort. I mean, it doesn't just come naturally. You have to observe, you have to be patient with yourself. It's an effort to understand emotions, but I found that in understanding my emotions, it helped me to better understand other people and their emotions. Have you found that to be the same type of thing for you, where you understanding your emotions have allowed you to be more in touch with other people's emotions?
Yeah, definitely. And again, an example with my friends, whenever I would get mad at my friends and I'd yell at them and we get into fights, eventually when I stopped doing that, I kind of became the mediator for my friends' conflicts, because they'd get mad at each other and I would kind of be the one to tell them, hey, come on, let's chill out, let's talk about it, it's gonna be fine. And I realized that after, like, I basically went from starting the conflicts to trying to understand all the different sides of the argument to stopping them. And another thing is when I would have experiences that some of my other friends would experience, and while they'd obviously not be the same and probably wouldn't react the same, it got me to learn basic empathy for people. And even though I was empathetic beforehand, I got really empathetic, and I was able to better understand what people were going through, especially if we had a similar situation.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, emotions influence pretty much every aspect of our lives, and understanding even them just a little bit better makes us better attuned to the world around us. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. Emotions come and go. Most of us feel many different emotions throughout the day. Some last just a few seconds, others might linger longer and become a mood. Emotions can be mild, intense, or anywhere in between. The intensity of an emotion can depend on the situation and on the person. There's no good or bad emotions, but there are good and bad ways of expressing or acting on emotions. Learning how to express emotions in an acceptable way is a separate skill, managing emotions, which is built on a foundation of being able to understand emotions.
It's all good. Some emotions feel positive, like feeling happy, loving, confident, inspired, cheerful, and so forth. Other emotions can seem more negative, like feeling angry or resentful or afraid. Both positive and negative emotions are all normal. All emotions tell us something about ourselves and our situation, but sometimes we find it hard to accept what we feel. We might judge ourselves for feeling a certain way, like if we feel jealous, for example. But instead of thinking we shouldn't feel that way, it's better to notice how we actually feel.
Avoiding negative feelings or pretending we don't feel the way we do can backfire. It's harder to move past difficult feelings and allow them to fade if we don't face them and try to understand why we feel that way. You don't have to dwell on your emotions or constantly talk about how you feel. Emotional awareness simply means recognizing, respecting, and accepting your feelings as they happen.
So, we talked about negative and positive feelings several times in the past. Do you recognize the fact that feelings themselves are neither negative nor positive at this point in time? Are you confident in understanding that?
Yeah, especially through the recent podcasts we've done. Basically, yeah, I definitely understand that emotions can be channeled in both negative and positive ways, but the emotions themselves aren't necessarily negative or positive.
Yeah, when you classify something as negative or positive, you're kind of classifying it as having intent. And emotions don't have intent. Emotions are just what we feel given a number of circumstances. So I think the important thing really to understand is that everybody has the emotions. The difficult thing, especially when they're strong emotions. You know, there are emotions we have where you can be happy, being happy and being elated, if you think of emotions on a scale. So as they scale up, there's a point that they reach where they tend to overwhelm us. And finding that point of being overwhelmed is difficult. If you're happy, you can recognize that, you can describe that, you can name that. But as that happiness gets to a point where you're elated or more happy than that, it tends to blur your ability to recognize those things. And sometimes that can blind you to other things. Have you ever had a situation where you've seen that emotional scale up, where you've started at one level and it's, whether it was anger or love or hatred or whatever it was, and it reached a point where you kind of lost control of it?
Yeah, I probably have the most experience when it came to anger, especially whenever it came to fights with my friends. It's like they did something small and I kind of got a little angry about that, and then eventually the anger started to rise and rise until I lost control and just shouted at them, and we got into a fight and so forth. So yeah, I've had experience when it came to having an emotion start small and then grow to the point where now I couldn't even control it.
And understanding your emotions means recognizing that point, because we all have the breaking point or the point that we get fed up, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has that point. And you have it for every emotion, frustration, anger, love. There's a point in love where, you may love going to Disney so much, and you may reach a point where you want to go to Disney so much that you can't afford to go to Disney, but you still do it, and you wind up making bad decisions because you lose that perspective. So being able to maintain that perspective is a very important part of understanding your emotions. What advice would you give to someone if that line was blurred? How would you kind of coach them to sort of bring them back down to earth and be more objective in how they're dealing with their emotions?
Well, as somebody that personally has experience when it came to letting their emotions go too far, I'd probably say that what ended up getting me to finally become more rational about it is normally kind of just time to yourself and time to kind of just reflect on the situation on your own. Same thing with realizing how other people ended up reacting to it. And, some of the big things that helped me to finally start to understand and define the lines of my breaking point were when I had time to think about it on my own without anybody else interfering, when I had time to calm down, and when I was more logical in my thinking, as well as understanding, getting that basic empathy and realizing that if I lash out, then other people are going to be hurt or there's going to be negative consequences. So I'd say that the best thing to do is if the lines are blurred, the best thing you can do is just get away from people, calm yourself down, and then think about the situation in a less heightened state.
I think that's great advice. I think that's kind of what you have to do, because a lot of times the emotions that you're fighting with are either originating or being influenced by the people around you. So kind of getting away from that noise so you can calm things down probably helps. Have you run into a situation where you've crossed that line of control and it's had an impact on someone, and their reaction to you crossing that line is what kind of pulled you back? Like something that direct?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna go to my friends, because I remember that I'd have a lot of fights with my one friend, and I would get mad at them for, honestly, pretty insignificant reasons, and I would, step back, and with one of my other friends at lunch, I'd kind of talk about it. I remember a specific example is when I was talking with my friend, and, I had realized what I said was wrong, and it was around the time when the we rarely ever fought, but we had a fight, and I knew that I was in the wrong, and I wanted to fix it. And then we had art, and I made them a bookmark as an apology. And since we see each other in the morning and afternoon, I gave it to them, and we were back on good terms.
Oh, well, that's nice. Have you ever had a situation where you've had a friend or a loved one who you saw cross that point, and then you actively did something to kind of pull them back and help them get back under control? Because it's hard when you see somebody else that you care about go through that type of thing. And it's difficult to know whether you should say or do something, if it's appropriate and what's appropriate. Have you ever run in this situation like that where you've had to be kind of that calming effect to bring someone back down?
I guess I'm gonna use an example with you sometimes. You're definitely doing better, but you still tend to yell at technology at times, and when you really get to the point when you're screaming at it, I'm kind of okay, it's fine, let's just step back a bit, or I offer my advice or possible advice, okay, maybe it's not this, let's stop working with that, or let's just walk away from this, okay?
Is that effective with me, though?
I mean, I'm not sure. I always offer for you to kind of step back. Occasionally you do, occasionally you don't, and then, it seems like you're calmer afterwards. I don't know. So
you do have that calming effect on me when I get to that. I'm so glad I could be the example, the bad example.
I'm sorry. I keep mentioning my friends, and I don't I don't want to have to use the same example.
No, that's fine. It is what it is. If I'm the first one that comes to mind there, then that's perfectly fair. I asked the question, right? I shouldn't ask the question if I don't want to hear the answer.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about building some emotional awareness. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about building emotional awareness. Emotional awareness helps us know and accept ourselves. So how can you become more aware of your emotions? Start with these 3 simple steps. Make a habit of tuning into... Okay, I'm sorry. Make a habit of tuning into how you feel in different situations throughout the day. You might notice that you feel excited after making plans to go somewhere with a friend, or you might feel nervous before an exam. You might be relaxed when listening to music, inspired by an art exhibit, or pleased when a friend gives you a compliment. Simply notice whatever emotion you feel, then name the emotion in your mind. It only takes a second to do this, but it's great practice. Notice that each emotion passes and makes room for the next experience.
Rate how strong the feeling is. After you notice the name, this whole section, we must not have read through this.
Yeah.
After you notice and name an emotion, take it a step further. Rate how strongly you feel the emotion on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the mildest feeling and 10 being the most intense. It's kind of what I was telling you about. Share your feelings with the people closest to you. This is the best way to practice putting emotions into words, a skill that helps us feel closer to friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, parents, coaches, etc., etc. Make it a daily practice to share feelings with a friend or family member. You could share something that's quite personal or something that's simply an everyday emotion. Just like anything else in life, when it comes to emotions, practice makes perfect, although nobody's perfect. Remind yourself there are no good or bad emotions, and don't judge your feelings. Just keep noticing them and naming them. So I think that's another interesting point that they make is naming emotions. I think naming emotions, when you feel them, connects you to them, and it makes them a little bit easier to comprehend and understand. When you have these feelings, do you find that you can accurately name them and better understand them?
Half the time. 'Cause, like, there's certain points when, like, I can tell what my emotion is. Like, times when I tell myself I'm tired, times when I tell myself I'm stressed, times when I tell myself I'm angry, and times when I tell myself that I'm sad. But there's other points when I really don't know what emotion I feel. The best way I can really describe that is possibly numbness, but at the same time, I also still feel something other than numbness, but I don't really know how to define it.
Well, and numbness is actually a good way to describe it, because a lot of times when you get overwhelmed with feelings, it can make you feel numb because your body just sort of doesn't process them at that point in time. It's kind of like when your nervous system is overstimulated. One of the things that we used to do in football is we would do tackling drills, and occasionally you would get what we would call a stinger. You would bang the nerve on your shoulder as you're doing tackling drills, and it would overstimulate the nerve, and it would hurt when it happened, but then you would just get a cold numbing feeling down your arm because it was overwhelmed. And when we experience an overload of emotions, sometimes that's what we do because we can't handle them. And we kind of shut down and get numb from that type of thing. Does that happen frequently with you?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, like, mainly when it comes to my thoughts and, like, the various emotions that my thoughts tend to express, I tend to just feel numb. I don't really feel much, but it could just be that I was, like, there's just so much going on in my head that, like, I can't really feel anything.
What do you do when that happens? How do you cope?
I don't really know how. I kind of just don't talk about it. I kind of just, like, see if kind of almost wait on other experiences to jumpstart my emotions almost. I don't really talk to anybody about it. I don't really know how to talk to anybody about it.
Do you feel that you have someone that you can talk to about it, or do you not even have that confidant that you think you can turn to?
The thing is, I don't know. There's just, like, occasionally there's just things that I don't feel I can talk to anybody about. Not that I don't trust people, it's just I don't know how to put it in words. I don't know how they take it. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of confusion when it comes to it, and a lot of concern about what other people might think of it.
Have you ever tried writing a diary, or just writing the words down, or just writing the thoughts down in, like, bulleted note form, and then going back and trying to rearrange them and make sense out of them?
Well, what I normally do when I have these things is especially if I get home from school, I kind of just go in a place where nobody can hear me, and I kind of just rant to myself.
Does that help?
I mean, I guess sometimes.
Have you ever tried recording yourself when you do that and then going back and listening to it?
Not really, no.
One of the techniques that's used a lot in project management, business analysis, and things like that, is you have to write various types of documents, and those documents help to keep you organized and plan and stuff like that. And one of the techniques is, like, if I'm writing an email, a professional email to someone, you don't try and sit down and write the thing from start to finish and send it, because it's a rough draft at that point. So the thought pattern is to sit down and take all your thoughts and just make a list of thoughts and what they are, and then walk away. You leave that, come back a little bit later, reread that, and then start taking those thoughts and concepts and themes and delving deeper into them and putting them in different orders and rearranging things. And you'll find that when you do that initial brain dump, you get everything out. You'll get all that stuff, especially if you're agitated or excited or somebody made you angry or whatever. You do that initial brain dump and just write everything that you feel, whatever comes to your mind. And by doing that, you're kind of emptying the trash. And then you can come back later and sift through that trash and keep the good stuff. And by doing that yourself, you can rid yourself of a lot of that emotional baggage that makes you numb. Just regurgitate everything out onto a piece of paper. Or if you have a digital recorder or a phone, you can do it on your phone. All phones have them. Just get it out. And in doing that, you may find that tends to help you deal with these things better. And once you get it out, come back, an hour, 2 hours later, after you've had a chance to distract yourself with something else, and then reread what you had. Because chances are there's something in there that you probably need to deal with or be concerned with or delve into more deeply or investigate further. But you'll probably find a lot of the stuff that's in there was just noise. It was all that noise that was rattling around in your head because we tend to impose circumstances and scenarios when we're in these highly emotional states. And I think once you put that down and sift through it all, what's left over is really how you feel. That's really what your emotions are and what's important. And then you can concentrate on that, and I think it'll help you to manage those things better and to control and understand your emotions better. Does that sound like it's something that might be helpful or worthwhile to you?
Yeah, at least with the recording part. I might not write everything down because I don't write all that fast, and I don't know, it might not be the best method for that, but I definitely think the recording part would probably work because I talk a lot, and when I do go on those rants, it probably would be nice to go back and listen to what I was saying.
Yeah, I think you'll find that after you do that, and you do it a few times, you're probably going to see kind of a theme of what you're throwing out and what you're holding on to. And you're going to hold on to the important stuff there. And that's going to help guide you to understand your feelings a little bit better. When it comes to actually talking to people, I know you talk to Mommy, you talk to me, and you talk to us about different things. And I think that's great. There's different, Mommy and I have very different skill sets, very different backgrounds and experiences. Is there anyone outside of here, outside of the house, that you feel you can have that kind of conversation with and to have those discussions with?
Yeah, thing is, I don't really know. Even some of my good friends, some of the stuff I say, like, I can occasionally have those conversations with one of my friends at lunch, but other than that, I still have a lot of stuff I don't tell people, and half the time I don't really know how to tell people. Even you guys or any of my friends, I don't really know how to say some of the things to other people.
How about telling it to yourself? Do you ever tell yourself these things?
Yeah, through my rants, through my head. Yeah, I tell myself that kind of stuff.
And I think that's the first step. The first step is being able to vocalize it. And if you can vocalize it to yourself, then you may take the next step in finding someone that you can trust, Mommy, myself, a friend, and sort of test the waters, try it out, see what you get. The most important thing is being able to say to yourself, because there are times when I get overly agitated with technology, for instance, which we talk about quite often.
Yeah.
I can't vocalize it. And if I did vocalize it, it would be words that I can't say on this podcast. But that's just how I deal with it. And sometimes I have to step away from it. I have to calm down. And then I go back and I realize, all right, I was just being an idiot, and this is a simple fix, and I'll go and fix it. But the point is that when you pass that threshold, that control threshold we talked about, you don't think rationally. And you need and these are all meditative techniques, really, is what they are. I mean, we can call them different things, but these are forms of meditation. They're things that help you focus, change your perspective, shut out distractions, whether you're writing it, you're saying it, you're cursing it, whatever it is. These are all meditative techniques to help you to deal with these things. And you have to find the one that works best for you. And there's lots of different techniques out there. One of them will work for you. But really, that's what it is. It's that self-regulation where you're trying to get yourself back down from that overexcited point. So the first step is talking to yourself. If you can do that, then you can certainly tone it down with the next person that you talk to, and tone it down with the next person. Every time you vocalize it, you're getting a little bit more control of it. And that's the important thing. So that was all we had today. We're actually going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that learning to understand your emotions and gaining the knowledge to understand your emotions is something like everything, where it's something that you're going to always be learning. No matter how old you get or how much experience you gain, there's always going to be new things for you to learn. And it's also important to know that if you can't completely understand your emotions, then that's fine too. Know that you are able to understand your emotions, and kind of like along with what you said, the idea of telling yourself first and vocalizing it's the first step. If you're not able to talk to other people about it, at least be able to put it to words.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was all we had today. Before we go, once again, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience, who probably already subscribe if you're listening to this now, to continue to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions. Tell us what you want us to talk about. Tell us what you don't want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions on our YouTube channel. We also stream 5 days a week on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. Helps to keep the lights on here. You can find audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens, and you can find links to all of our other social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted normally by you and Mommy, and Ed Sentinel Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and normally my brother Sam.
Eventually. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 162, Managing Your Emotional Reactions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and collected co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I couldn't complain. Well, I could, but nobody really wants to listen, so I won't complain. Anything exciting happened this week?
Not really. It's the new marking period.
That's not very exciting.
Yeah, not really. I'm starting driver's ed.
That's terrifying. I'm not really sure it would be exciting, but yeah.
It is something that's happening.
Yeah, it's funny. I had a conversation with a colleague at work today, and she told me that her daughter is starting driver's ed as well, and she's about as equally as terrified, I think, as I am. So, and that's not anything bad to say about you or her daughter. It's kind of a big thing. So I'm sure you'll do fine. But that is not what we're talking about today. It's not. Today we're talking about managing our emotional reactions and the fact that it's vital to learn how to control our emotions instead of letting our emotions control us. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we will take a look at learning how to react well to emotions, understanding these emotions, and how to control the emotions. But before we do that, I would like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find them pretty much anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at insights_things, where you can find links to that and everything else on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are dipping into the kidshealth.org well once again for some words of wisdom on today's topic. They tell us that it's Friday afternoon, last period. The weekend trip you plan with a friend starts out in exactly 4 hours. You've been catching up on studying and chores all week so you can enjoy the time away. And now the teacher announces a test on Monday. You probably feel annoyed or maybe just downright angry. You might feel disappointed. You might also feel pressured or stressed about all the studying you'll have to do. But how do you react? What do you do and say?
You might want to jump up and yell at the teacher, "That's no fair. Some of us have weekend plans." But you know you need to keep your cool until class is over. Then share your feelings with your friend. But what if you're not the calm and collected type? Well, don't worry. Everyone can develop the skill of responding well when emotions run high. It just takes a bit more practice for some people.
So have you ever had a situation where something like that has happened, where you kind of have your own plans and something happens or somebody kind of throws a monkey wrench in the works there and everything that you've been looking forward to kind of gets messed up?
Yeah, actually, a specifically recent example in which we were planning on going out to Maryland for a comic convention, and in history we had taken a quiz, and what he does is he gives us back our quizzes for quiz corrections. And it was Friday, and I wasn't really expecting to have to, or I think it was a long weekend, but whatever the last day of school was, I wasn't expecting to get our quizzes back for quiz corrections, because he said he still had to have another student take the test, and he wasn't going to have the student take the test, and he wasn't going to give them back. However, the student took the test because other people were pressuring him because they wanted to get their quiz corrections done, and it was due on Monday. So I was pretty pissed because I really didn't want it to have to ruin the weekend we had planned, and I had to spend a decent amount of time doing it and was kind of grumpy about it.
Okay. Well, and I think that's understandable. I think we've all kind of been put in positions like that in the past. How did you react to it? Did you react in class, or did you just kind of bottle it up and carry it with you into the weekend?
I really just bottled it up. I'm not really the type to scream out unfairness. I kind of grumbled to myself at that point, and then when it was, the weekend, I kind of felt miserable from it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It kind of tends to drag you down at that point in time. I'm the type of person who I certainly could benefit from learning how to react better to things. For the most part, from a professional standpoint, I'm okay. But we've not been very, hesitant to discuss my tendency to get angry at inanimate objects when I don't get things to work and I get frustrated. And that's when I tend to have my emotions get the better of me. And I really need to learn how to do things better, because it's cost me, literally cost me money, because there have been times that I've been trying to do something or get something to work and I get so angry and I wind up breaking it and have to replace it. So learning to react well is kind of an important skill. Managing emotional reactions means choosing how and when to express the emotions we feel. People who do a good job of managing emotions know that it's healthy to express their feelings, but that it matters how and when they express them. Because of this, they're able to react to situations in productive ways. They know they can choose the way they react instead of letting emotions influence them to do or say things they later regret. They have a sense of when it's best to speak out and when it's better to wait before acting on or reacting to what they feel. They know that their reaction influences what happens next, including how other people respond to them and the way they feel about themselves.
You've probably been in a situation where someone reacted in a way that was too emotional, making you cringe or feel embarrassed for that person. You also might have been in a situation where your own emotions felt so strong that it took all of your self-control not to go down that path yourself. Maybe you can think of a time when you didn't manage your reaction. Perhaps anxiety, anger, or frustration got the better of you. It happens. When it does, forgive yourself and focus on what you could have done better. Think about what you might do next time.
Now, I would ask you at this point in time, have you ever seen a person who has had their emotions get the better of them? But you'll look at me and you'll probably come up with a half dozen instances right off the bat. So have you ever experienced that type of thing with someone besides me? Because I know I'm a prime example of this bad habit, where and it doesn't necessarily mean that they flew off the handle or got angry. It could be someone who was overcome with grief or sorrow or anything where they couldn't control their emotions, and it kind of put you in an awkward situation being present for it. And if you can't think of someone else, you can use me as an example.
Well, I've seen it with Mommy too. She can get emotional at times. Well, I mean, there was the recent time, along with the previous example I had, where I don't think it was actually on her part. She just had an emotional reaction to something we said, and I don't think it was necessarily her fault, because she wasn't necessarily in control, but outside of that example, she's had other points where she can, get mad at me and will yell at times, and I do the same to her sometimes. But, we've worked on that. We talked about our differences afterwards. But, yeah, there have been instances where she's yelled at me and I kind of feel like backing off.
So, in situations like that, when that happens, how do you typically react? Is that something where you try to diffuse the situation? Do you sort of sit there and just sort of let the person vent? Do you try to take a more active role when that type of thing happens?
Well, for my friends, if one of them ended up, letting some of their emotions go, I would kind of just sit back and, show them that I'm listening. I might offer some advice occasionally, but half the time I kind of just let it out, because sometimes that's all you really need. Other times when people are yelling at me, I kind of just still sit there and take it, or I just try to leave the situation because it makes me uncomfortable and I don't really like it.
Now, when you're going through something like that, where you're emotional and you've kind of let your emotions get the best of you, how do you prefer people react to you? And is it always a consistent reaction you're looking for? I mean, obviously at the time you're not thinking about it. It's one of those after the moment type things that you reflect on them. But how would you prefer? Would you prefer people leave you alone or snap you out of it or support you? What's your ideal reaction that you would like to see?
I guess it depends on the situation, really. Like, if I need to vent stuff out to somebody, I would prefer them to kind of listen. I don't really all the time need advice when it comes to it unless I specifically ask for it. So really, as long as they can just sit there and take it for a bit, I wouldn't mind that. In a situation, I don't really know how I'd really picture a situation in which I actually got angry at somebody and kind of screamed at them, but I guess I would want them to leave me alone at that point, because I would want to be left alone and kind of just have some time to myself and to rethink everything.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, there's different ways to approach different types of emotional states, I assume. I think one of the keys to knowing how to react is understanding emotions, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we come back from our first break.
All right.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about managing your emotional reactions. And now we're going to talk about understanding emotions. The skills we use to manage our emotions and react well are part of a bigger group of emotional skills called emotional intelligence, or EQ, similar to IQ, which is a reflection of your intelligent quotient. We discussed this topic in more detail in episode 161 of the podcast, free promotion. Developing all the skills that make up emotional intelligence takes time and practice. People who react well are already good at some basic skills, But these skills
Use your words. Read the script.
But these are skills anyone can practice. So emotional awareness. This skill is all about being able to notice and identify the emotions we feel at any given moment. This is the most basic of the EQ skills. Sometimes just naming the emotion we feel can help us feel more in charge of our emotions.
Understanding and accepting emotions is another skill you should learn. Understanding emotions means knowing why we feel the way we do. For example, we might say to ourselves, I feel left out and a little insecure because I didn't get invited to the prom yet, and 2 of my friends already did. It helps to view our emotions as understandable given the situation. We might think to ourselves, no wonder I feel left out. It's natural to feel that way in this situation. It's like giving ourselves a little kindness and understanding for the way we feel. This helps us accept our emotions. We know they're reasonable and that it's okay to feel whatever way we feel.
Accepting emotions means noticing, identifying, and understanding our emotions without blaming others or judging ourselves for how we feel. It's not helpful to tell ourselves that how we feel is someone else's fault. It is also not good to judge our emotions and think, I shouldn't feel this way, or it's awful that I feel this way. The goal is to acknowledge your feelings without letting them run away with you. Once these basic skills feel natural, you're more able to manage what you actually do when you feel strong emotions. Practicing the basic skills also will help you to get past difficult emotions faster.
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about last week about the fact that as much as we see emotions in positive and negative ways, emotions themselves don't have intent. So the first thing to understanding emotions is that we're susceptible to all emotions, but it's important to understand what those emotions mean to us at that time. Anger can mean one thing when you're talking to a friend and your friend says something mean, and it can mean something completely different if you see an injustice on the news that you think should be corrected. So understanding emotions is a lot about context as well. Do you have any examples of where an emotion might have 2 different meanings for you under different circumstances?
I mean, the anger one's pretty good, because in a lot of cases I can feel angry about something my friend said or something that you guys might have done. And in other ways, I would feel angry that there's some type of injustice going on and I'd want to try to have the desire to fix it.
So the kids that you hang out with, how would you grade them? Let's say as a whole, like we shouldn't really stereotype people or stick everyone in the same box, but just for the sake of this discussion, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you say they typically fall on the emotional understanding scale as we described it here?
Well, the friends that I can talk to this about, I'd probably say 7 out of 10.
Okay.
A lot of the times they can listen to me, and if I need to talk to them about something, I can. It's just sometimes they give advice when I don't really need them to, or they give advice that I don't really think would really work, and I know hasn't worked. So, it's iffy, but I can at least still talk to them about it.
And of those friends, the ones that you've known, let's say the longest, have you seen their emotional understanding and their emotional intelligence improve over the years? Or are you really not seeing that level of, and I don't mean this in a derogatory term, but have you seen that maturity not progress as much as you would have expected?
Yeah, with some of my younger friends who I've known for longer, surprisingly, in some cases, some of them have gotten, better with their emotional control, and I've noticed that some of them have also gotten worse with it.
Okay, yeah, and it happens, We all go through phases in life. We all go through different rates of maturity in life. So that's not that unexpected. Where would you grade your own level of emotional understanding on that scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say maybe 5.
Okay.
Not really great, but not all that bad.
Well, and I think that's middle of the road. And I think for someone your age, that's probably where you're expected to be. You know, I'm significantly older than you, and I would rate myself probably a 7, maybe an 8, depending on the people that I'm around. That emotional understanding is subjective as well. It's based on the situation you're in. It's based on the people that you are conversing with. Like, I'm far better at emotional understanding with you and mommy than I am with people at work. People at work, I'll think they're feeling one thing and be completely wrong. And it's caused situations for me where misunderstanding what others' emotional states are and their reaction to things has caused me to say things that, I don't want to say it got me in trouble, but it certainly didn't help the situation. Like, if you think someone responds to you in a lighthearted, joking way, and you respond in turn, and it turns out they were deadly serious, you kind of come across as not very professional in that type of environment. Have you run into situations like that where you've misjudged your understanding of somebody else's emotions and it may not have ended as smoothly as you would have liked it to?
I've had fights with friends over that kind of stuff. They weren't all that serious, but I have had experiences with that, and I think that ended up kind of leading me down the path of just not responding half the time. It's like, I just let them know I'm listening if they need to talk to me, and I let them know if there is anything up, just let me know. I don't really try to joke around. If I can somewhat read people, but at the same time, like, I don't really try to anymore. It's like, sometimes if I can tell my friend there's something up with my friend, I may not say something directly. I would just kind of like, see how they're doing, and, just kind of ask like smaller questions. And if I don't think that they would really want to talk to me, then I kind of stop talking.
Okay. And then I think that's kind of a natural reaction to it. Now, when you find yourself failing to manage your emotional reaction to things and you're around other people, does their reaction help you to better regulate or to kind of use them as a mirror to step back and take a look at yourself and realize you may be losing control of your emotions there? Or when it happens to you, are you oblivious? Like for me, when I'm trying to fix something and I'm just angry at it, it takes a lot of external stimuli for me to kind of take that step back and realize, all right, I'm being irrational at this point in time and I need to calm down. What kind of reaction does that have to you when you see how other people react to your emotional issue?
Well, I think what started me down the path of really not trying to burst out at people is really their reactions to whenever I get like really angry. Like one time I ended up lashing out at a teacher and I got in trouble kind of for it, and then I realized that it hurt my relationships with my friends, and I realized how it affected you and mommy when I would lash out at you. So their reactions normally bring me back to reality, and it's stopped me from really trying to. Well, it started me down the path of controlling my emotions, but it's also gotten to the point where I just never say anything to anybody unless I feel like I can trust them.
Well, that's kind of an extreme degree to take it to, but I think your arrival at that extreme reaction is really what the definition of emotional understanding is. Whether or not you're causing an emotional reaction in someone or something else is, in this case, you're the one causing the reaction because of your outburst, we'll say. But you're able to read that on other people and then have that influence your reaction at that point in time. So that ability for you to understand emotions in others helps you to regulate your own emotional reaction. It's kind of a cycle that feeds on itself at that point in time once you're able to understand those emotional reactions. Well, we're going to take another break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do a little what would you do type discussion. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So what would you do in certain situations emotionally? So imagine this situation. Your friends have received, in this case, we'll say, college acceptance to a school that you've been trying to get into, but you haven't. Once you identify, understand, and accept how you feel, how might you react? Would you look unhappy when you're around your friends, hoping they'll ask you what's wrong? Would you gossip about people who already have been accepted to the school and say that you don't want to go to the school anymore? Would you confide in a friend that you feel bad about not getting into that school, but you'd still be friends with them? Or would you remind yourself that it's not the end of the world and decide to give another school a try some other time? Which of these would your reaction be in this situation?
Probably the last one.
Okay, so you'd be rational about it.
Probably. Again, with the idea that I really don't know what school I'm going to just yet. I definitely think that would probably be my best reaction. I'm not the type to really gossip about it, and I wouldn't, deny it, necessarily. I wouldn't really purposely try to look unhappy. It might happen, because, I don't control my face all that often, but I wouldn't try to do it in hopes that they'd ask. So yeah, 4 would probably be.
So which of those 4 reactions do you would think would lead to the best outcome in this given situation?
Probably 4 or 3.
Okay. Now, how do you honestly think? Now, that's how you'd want to react. How do you honestly think you would react in this situation?
Probably 3.
Probably 3. So you would confide in a friend then at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's fair. So once we always have a choice about how we react to situations. And I think it's important that we realize that, and that once we realize it, it's easier to make choices that'll work out well. Why don't you take it from there?
Learning to react well takes practice, but we all can get better at taking emotional situations in stride and expressing emotions in healthy ways. And that's something to feel good about.
So, do you ever have an opportunity to sort of practice? Like one of the things that I'll do, and I don't know if it's really healthy to be honest with you, but if somebody says something to me at work and I don't get a chance to react, I don't want to say stew on it, but I'll think about it and I'll play through scenarios of how I'd react or what I'd say or what the tone of my voice would be. And I kind of play act in my head how I'm going to react to these types of things. Do you do anything like that to try to coach yourself into how you're going to react to things?
Yeah, actually. I do that a lot. Most of the time my imagination tends to take it a little too far to the point where, like, a situation would probably never happen. I take it to, like, the extreme of it. But, like, sometimes it's more rational. Other times, I don't think it would ever happen.
So that's a good point, though, I mean, to recognize that. Now, when you take it to that extreme, do you realize you're taking it to an extreme and realize that, well, either this will never happen this way or this probably shouldn't happen this way? And does it influence how you actually react to it?
Well, sometimes I kind of, like, get into a loophole where, like, I keep thinking about everything that could go wrong, and I continue to play the scene out, and then I stop myself at some point and realize, wait a minute, this would never happen. Why am I still thinking about this? And then it's like, I mean, it prepares me for, knowing that, hey, this probably will never happen, so don't think about that.
And it's interesting you put it that way. Years ago, I used to work in emergency management. The guys, when there's a hurricane and they come in and they coordinate things and whatever. One of the things that the training of that job taught me was preparation and planning and scenarios. And there was a lot of unlikely scenarios that we had to account for so that we had a plan for everything. You didn't have a plan A and a plan B. We had plans for every letter of the alphabet for the stuff that we had to do. And to come up with those plans, we had to sometimes think of crazy things. I lived in a small town, and that town was bordered by a county road and then a popular local road. And one of the things we had to consider was, okay, occasionally we'll get tractor trailers that drive down that county road. Well, what if something's hauling toxic waste and it gets into an accident and it flips over and we have a spill? Now, there had never been anything like that in the, 80 years, 90 years the town existed. But we had to plan for it. And we could do that planning because of the scenarios, the crazy scenarios we came up with. But that prepared us for a whole nother scenario that actually does occur later on when there was a accident and a tractor trailer flipped over. But my point is that going down that path and doing those exercises, even if they're just flat out unlikely, never to happen, and they're totally crazy in your mind, the fact that you recognize the unlikelihood, or the fact that you recognize the unhealthiness of what you're thinking, these are all things that help you to mature emotionally. If you were to go down that path and ultimately lead to something that was crazy and you didn't realize that it was completely off the wall, then you're showing a lack of emotional maturity there. Have you done this and had scenarios that you've thought through actually come to pass where they've actually helped you out?
I don't think any of the extreme scenarios I've ever thought about ended up actually happening in real life, from what I know, because again, they get really extreme and dark really fast, so I don't think any of them have ever come true, and honestly, I'm kind of grateful for that.
Well, and have any of those scenarios maybe stopped you from going down something that might not have been as extreme, but could have been a negative outcome for you?
Yeah, I'd say so. There have definitely been instances where a lot of the times something bad that happened was from my own choices, and it kind of stopped me from doing things that I felt like would not help me at all. So yeah.
That's good. That's a good example of how to control your emotions. So the next time you're faced with a situation that elicits strong feelings from you, pause to consider what meaning you're going to attach to it. You can develop emotional control by using one of the following tactics. You can take a deep breath. Instead of reacting right away, whether positively or negatively, give yourself a moment to process what just happened.
You could also find out what you're feeling. It's easy to say, I'm feeling angry because they hurt me. Dig deeper. Are you angry because you're afraid they're right? Are you sad? Emotions are complex and often piggyback onto one another.
It's important, and this you kind of touched on this, is to replace negative thoughts. If your mind goes straight to how you've been wronged or how terrible everything is, divert yourself. Dwelling on negativity will only make you more prone to it, so focus on positive emotions. Change your thoughts and change your story.
You could also channel your energy. Human emotions are incredibly powerful. Let that energy go by participating in some sort of physical activity, like going for a run or a walk.
And explore your emotions, which again, you obviously didn't with some of these scenarios that you walked through. Why do you feel the way you do? Journaling or talking with a trusted friend or family member can help you understand why you're feeling what you do. Once you understand that emotion, it's that much easier to control it. And I think that's really the biggest lesson to take away from here is emotions can be very overwhelming for us. A lot of times, until you recognize them, you can't control them. And a lot of people tend to be overwhelmed and kind of just go with the flow. But it's okay to explore your emotions. You know, we've talked in the past about labeling them. If you feel a certain way and you can name it and you can describe it and you can talk about why you feel that way, that gives you control of that emotion at that point in time. And that allows you to explore it. Have you felt a situation where you've been overwhelmed and you've tried any of these techniques in the past?
Well, I've definitely done the taking a deep breath one, especially when I'm having a breakdown, because in a lot of cases, especially whenever you're around, you always tell me to take a step back. And
I thought I was one that was causing the bad emotions.
No, you're good. But yeah, you're all, like, especially if I'm, like, stressed on a project, you tell me, hey, let it go, take a deep breath, relax. And that's, like, the first step we take whenever I have a breakdown. Find out the feeling. I probably don't go as in depth with my feelings. I kind of just say, I'm stressed, I'm angry, I'm sad.
Yep, you're very good at that.
Or I just don't say anything at all. It's like, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea why I'm doing this. Replacing negative thoughts. That's a hard one, but I got cats for that.
Well, and I think, you know, the way you described how when you go down that thought process, the thought experiments, we'll say, and they turn dark, you recognize that. You may not be actively replacing those negative thoughts, but recognizing them, I think, is the most important step there.
True. Then channeling my energy. I do some physical activities. Beat Saber and Just Dance were stuff that I did, and that ended up helping a lot.
See, I think you channel your energies into creativity. You know, you'll pour yourself into a drawing that you're doing or some other creative project, and that gives you that focus that you need to kind of shut the rest of the world out and allows you to just sort of focus on something and clear your thoughts.
Or video games.
Or video games, yeah.
And then exploring my emotions. I don't really do journaling, but I do talk with friends and family. I don't explore it as much, but, you know.
That's an area that we can maybe expound on to help you get through some of those things. But you're having fewer and fewer situations where you have to deal with that, though. So your emotional maturity level is definitely improving with each of these. And I think that's the important thing. Every time you have an emotional outbreak and you get over it, that's a step forward. So that was all we had from a, content standpoint. We'll take a quick break, come back, and get your final thoughts.
All right. All right, so to everybody out there, I just want to say that managing your emotions is something everybody can do, but it doesn't come as easily to some people. Some people could be really great at this, and other people would probably need a bit more practice. But know that there's always ways that you can improve, and if some of the steps we've stated here help you, then, that's great. Do some more research on your own and, see what you can do to manage your emotional reactions.
All right. Sage advice, as always. Before we do go, I would like to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video and audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to not subscribe, but if you haven't, just subscribe again, because, you can do that twice. We have two different ones you can subscribe to. But I would invite you to provide some feedback. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how we're doing, your suggestions on show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Twitch, you can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, usually hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, are not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam half the time.
Okay, well, if that's not going to convince you to watch these, I don't know what will. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 161, Emotional Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my stable and mature co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Nothing exciting to talk about this week, right?
Don't really think so. Been kind of a regular week.
Banged out that big history project, right?
Well, yeah.
Kind of had fun working on that.
Fun, yeah. Stress, yeah.
You stressed early on, and then we tackled most of it.
Yeah.
Anything else going on?
Not much. I had my art club meeting yesterday.
How'd that go?
Went well. We're gonna be doing a project. Basically graffiti name art thing. Sculpture.
Somehow that doesn't seem like something the school should be sponsoring, but that's just me.
I mean, they're trying to she said basically turning something illegal and making it legal. Or putting it in a format in which it would be legal.
Okay, I guess that works. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about emotional intelligence. Everyone's heard of your IQ, your intelligence quotient, which is really a measure of how intelligent or how smart you are, I guess. Similar to the IQ, your emotional intelligence is a measure of how capable you are of handling your emotions. The difference between the two is that you can improve your emotional intelligence as you get older. Now, it's worth noting the next several podcasts that we've got set up in series takes this concept and kind of expands on it more and shows you where we can go with emotional intelligence and the effect that it has. So today we're just going to kind of introduce the concept of emotional intelligence and kind of talk about it at a high level. But we'll get deeper into it in the next few podcast episodes that we've got lined up. But first, I would like to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Wow, that was definitive.
I know, right?
That's usually not wishy-washy like it is.
I know.
All right, here we go. So our friends at kidshealth.org serve as our source for this episode and most of the ones that we've got lined up here. And they say that there's more than one kind of intelligence. You may have heard of people mention IQ when talking about intellect and how smart someone is. IQ, as we mentioned earlier, stands for intellectual quotient, or not intelligence, which is what I said earlier. Intellectual quotient. It can help predict how well someone may do academically. But IQ is just one measure of our abilities. There are many other kinds of intelligence in addition to intellect. For example, spatial intelligence is the ability to think in 3D. Musical intelligence is the ability to recognize rhythm, cadence, and tone. Athletic and artistic and mechanical abilities are other types of intelligence. But one important type of intelligence is emotional intelligence. Why don't you tell us about that?
So emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage our emotions. Emotional intelligence is sometimes called EQ or EI for short. Just as high IQ can predict top test scores, a high EQ can predict success in social and emotional situations. EQ helps us build strong relationships, make good decisions, and deal with difficult situations. One way to think about EQ is that it's part of being people smart. Understanding and getting along with people helps us be successful in almost any area of life. In fact, some studies show that EQ is more important than IQ when it comes to doing well in school or being successful at work. Some people have naturally good EQ skills. Others need to work on them. The good news is that everyone can get better. Unlike IQ, people can actually improve their emotional intelligence if they know what to do.
So had you ever heard of EQ or emotional intelligence before?
I don't think I've really heard of it before. I guess I could kind of assume that it existed, but I really didn't know about it.
Yeah, like I kind of know of the concept of it. You know, some people can deal with their emotions better than others. I was never aware of the actual term or the concept or a lot of the details until I started doing the research. So based on the let's say definition that we just heard there, Do you think you have a high, low, or medium EQ or intelligence quotient?
Uh, Definitely don't think it's high.
Okay, why not?
Well, I'm not always that great in social situations. In a lot of cases, I kind of have issues when it comes to different social situations. I wouldn't think I'm horrible at socializing, because I can still socialize and connect with people. It's just, I feel it's harder for me than most people.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think you are, we'll say, emotionally aware? Are you aware of the emotions that you experience in those situations and in other situations? Can you label them? Can you describe them? Can you understand those emotions? Maybe it's better to look at it from that perspective.
That most of the time I can kind of understand what the emotions are and like kind of comprehend them. Other times I kind of just don't know what I'm feeling and have a hard time kind of comprehending it. Sometimes that's when somebody gives me a compliment, I kind of find it a little difficult to understand that, hey, they actually kind of like a part about you. And I'm like, really? I didn't notice that somebody would notice that.
Is that really an emotional reaction to it, or is that more a modesty and self-image type thing, though?
I guess it can be more that way, but other times I can kind of still be confused when it comes to social situations. And sometimes I can't even call it confused. I just don't know what I am feeling. I can't really put a label on it sometimes.
So we talked about your history project, and in the early stages of it, you kind of got stressed out over it. And we kind of had to ground you a little bit and steer you in the right direction. When that happens, we tend to refer to situations like that as breakdowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you have a breakdown like that, where you kind of lose control of your emotions, are you aware of the emotions at that point in time and just struggle to control them? Or is it where you're just overwhelmed by the emotions and can't really understand what they are, where they're coming from, or how to control them?
Yeah, that can honestly be. That's normally when I feel confused about my emotions. Sometimes I can understand the direct cause and direct reason of what I'm feeling and understand what I am feeling. Other times I can get overwhelmed by the emotion. I can cry for absolutely no reason and I wouldn't understand what the reason was, but I'm just crying. I don't really know what to say.
So it sounds like you're at least emotionally aware that you're experiencing these. Is this something that, we'll say, they refer to it as a skill that can be improved? Is this something that you would be interested in improving, or is it something that you just don't feel the need or the desire to bother with?
Honestly, yeah, I would kind of look into fixing it because I can be an emotional mess sometimes, and it'd be really nice to not have the constant breakdowns every other day or something similar to that.
Okay, and I think that's a fair point. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some ways that we can improve our EQ,
All right.
not equalizers, our emotional quotient. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about emotional intelligence. And now we're going to talk about how to improve your EQ. Emotional intelligence is a combination of several different skills, some of them including being aware of your emotions. Most people feel many different emotions throughout the day. Some feelings, like surprise, last just a few seconds. Others may stay longer, creating a mood like happiness or sadness. Being able to notice and accurately label these everyday feelings is the most basic of all the EQ skills.
Simply noticing them as we feel them helps us manage our own emotions. It also helps us understand how other people feel. But some people might go through their entire day without really noticing their emotions. Practice recognizing emotions as you feel them. Label them in your mind, for example, by saying to yourself, I feel grateful, or I feel frustrated, and things like that. Make it a daily habit to be aware of your emotions.
Understanding how others feel and why is also an important skill. People are naturally designed to try to understand others. Part of EQ is being able to imagine how other people might feel in certain situations. It is also about understanding why they feel the way they do. Being able to imagine what emotions a person is likely to be feeling, even when you don't actually know, is called empathy. Empathy helps us care about others and build good friendships and relationships. It guides us on what to say and how to behave around someone who is feeling strong emotions.
Another thing is managing emotional reactions. We all get angry. I'm certainly guilty of it myself, and my anger sometimes, especially when it's technology related and inanimate objects, can get the better of me. We all have disappointments, but it's important to express how you feel. Never be afraid of your emotions. I think that's really an important thing. Managing your reaction means knowing when, where, and how to express yourself. When you understand your emotions and how to manage them, you can use self-control to hold a reaction if now's not the right time or place to express it. Someone who has good EQ knows it can damage relationships to react to emotions in a way that's disrespectful, too intense, too impulsive, or harmful.
And the final thing is choosing your mood. Part of managing emotions is choosing our moods. Moods are Moods are emotional states that last a bit. We have the power to decide what mood is right for a situation and then get into that mood. Choosing the right mood can help someone get motivated, concentrate on a task, or try again instead of giving up. People with good EQ know that moods aren't just things that happen to us. We can control them by knowing which mood is best for a particular situation and how to get into that mood.
So how good are you at labeling your emotions once you recognize them?
I think that I can label my emotions to a certain extent. There's sometimes I'm feeling a plethora of emotions and can feel kind of overwhelmed by them that I don't really know what I'm feeling. It's just inherently negative. And whenever that happens, like whenever you guys ask me what's wrong, I just respond with, I don't know.
That's an interesting way of saying it. Do you believe that emotions can be positive or negative? And if so, elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say so. A lot of them can be positive, like being happy, being grateful, a lot of the stuff that kind of makes you feel better. And then a lot of them can also be kind of negative, like feeling frustrated, feeling angry, feeling sad. I feel like there are a lot more negative emotions, or at least a lot more negative emotions that we can portray than there are positive.
See, and I think I might disagree with you there. I don't think emotions themselves are, to use your word, inherently negative or positive. Give me a negative emotion.
Anger.
Anger. All right. Give me an example of how anger is negative.
Well, it can cause you to kind of lose a lot of friendships. If you get angry at something, it can cause you to be violent. You can break something. You can harm somebody. You could harm a relationship and end a relationship through anger.
All right, so I'll give you a positive way anger works. If you see an injustice, or you see someone who's oppressed, or you see someone who is bullied and you get angry over that, that could actually spur you to take positive action on that person's behalf. So the anger at that point in time is not negative. The actions that's making you angry are negative. Give me a positive emotion.
Happiness.
Give me an example.
Basically, when you feel happy, you feel more positive, you're more outgoing, you can tend to have a nice, good sense of your life, you know, feel joy at that moment, you see the world in a much better light than you would if you, weren't happy.
All positive things. Here's a negative way that happiness can be bad. You're watching the news and you see some unfortunate family out there whose house burns to the ground and they have nothing. And your immediate reaction is you're happy that that wasn't you. Should you be happy at somebody else's misfortune because it didn't happen to you? That would make that happiness a negative, wouldn't it?
Fair enough.
So it's important to not ascribe positive or negative, because that's an intent. A positive or negative is really you're ascribing intent to emotions, and emotions have no intent. Emotions really are feelings that we get from outside stimuli.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important probably to step away from that positive and negative, because you can turn each of those either way for all emotions that are out there. What about how others feel? You know, we talked about empathy in the past. How do you think you react? Do you detect, do you sense how other people feel very well? Do you kind of feel their emotions? And how do you feel that? What's the effect?
Well, I can tend to understand if somebody is going through, like, something, because I can pick up on their body language and kind of their reactions. Like, whenever you or mommy are upset, I can kind of detect that by either you're not really looking at me, you're not really talking, you're kind of using a different tone in your voice. I can clearly tell that something is wrong, and thus I can empathize with the emotions you might be experiencing, even if I don't know it.
That's a very good expression of that. Do you think empathy is important? And if you do, why is it important? If you don't think it's important, why don't you think it's important?
I do think empathy is important because, kind of like how it's stated here, is it can really help you bond with others. You have a better understanding of what other people go through, and thus you can gain better connections with them. You can connect with them more, you can understand their situation more, and hopefully they can learn to understand your situation too.
Now, do you think the people that you surround yourself with tend to be empathetic and can read your emotions and respond to them in constructive ways?
Yeah, I'd say so. Some of my friends, whenever those are normally the times whenever I'm with my friends where, like, if I'm not feeling great on that day, sometimes they give me a hug if I'm willing to have one, and, even if they might give me advice that I don't really feel like is necessary, I can at least appreciate that they're letting me just let it out.
Have you ever been around anyone who is empathetic in that they can read your emotions, but they take that information and they use it in a negative way? Like, for instance, somebody manipulating you if you're in certain emotional states.
I don't know if I have a specific example specifically for that.
Because there are situations that I've run into where people will sense that you're vulnerable. Maybe you went through a breakup, or maybe you had a death in the family, or maybe you had an argument with your parents or a friend, and they sense that you're vulnerable, and they try to take advantage of you because of that vulnerability, because your defenses are down at that point in time. This happens a lot with con artists. You've heard the term catfishing. That's where that sort of thing tends to happen there. There are con artists who find people who are coming out of a rough relationship. They know that they're lonely. They know they're trying to find someone, and they'll use that vulnerability that they've sensed empathically to manipulate them, to get them to give them money or do things that they wouldn't normally do. So it's important to be aware of people around you who are empathic and can understand your emotions, because sometimes you might not want to show those emotions because it does make you vulnerable. But from a relationship standpoint, showing vulnerability kind of is unavoidable if you want to have close relationships with people.
Yeah.
Let's talk about emotional reactions. How good are you at controlling your emotional reactions? That's me, it's not you. Sorry.
Well, in certain situations when I know an emotional reaction would not be good, yeah, I can manage it. I can normally, contain myself at a point. I can contain myself that if, like, I was mad at a friend or if I was mad in general, I wouldn't lash out at my friend.
If you sense empathically somebody is upset, does that influence how you react to their emotions?
Yeah, sometimes. Most of the time I kind of like try to be, always friendly and try to have somewhat of a sense of humor with them. But then if I realize that they might be going through something, I kind of tune that off and kind of just make myself available to talk to them.
Yeah, and it's important to kind of know this is almost about situational awareness as well as emotional awareness. If you know your friend is down in the dumps, they might not be willing to accept you joking around or something like that. Sometimes people just want to be miserable. So you kind of have to read that and react to it. If you lack the emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence isn't just about your emotions, it's about other people's.
Yeah.
And if you can't read somebody else's emotional state, you lack the emotional intelligence to do that, you could interact with them in a way that is not going to help the situation.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I wanted to touch on was moods. Some people wake up in a bad mood. They're 4 out of 5 days a week, I think I wake up in a bad mood these days. But, when you wake up into a mood, it could be because of the way you feel, because of how your day's going, because of something that happened the day before. When you wake up in a bad mood or in a mood that isn't conducive to you interacting positively with people, do you recognize that? And do you actively try to change that? Or is it just, I can't wait till this day's over type thing?
Well, I don't say I'd change it. It's just, if I did wake up in a bad mood, I wouldn't really say anything about it. I would just, silently hope the day'd be over. I wouldn't complain to anybody. I would probably just leave it to myself half the time.
Okay. Why is that? Why don't you want to actively make a change to that mood?
I don't know. I guess I just never really felt I had the capability to do it. It's just like, okay, it's gonna be a bad day. Oh well, I guess.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Yesterday was I don't want to say it was a bad day, but I kind of was in a bad mood because of some interactions I had at work. And when I got home, I was tired. I was hurting because of the weather. I was just frustrated. And I just knew I was in a bad mood. But mommy was in a good mood and you were in a good mood and you needed my help. And it was one of those, I really just wanted to come home, eat dinner, and just go veg on the couch and be left alone. But I couldn't do that because you had a project that you needed help with. So I knew I had to turn my mood around. So interacting with you helped me turn my mood around. That was why we sat for as long as we did to study, because I had to kind of get myself into that right mindset that, okay, we're working on this project today. I need to overcome this. So I actively recognized the bad mood and knew that I had to change that in order to accomplish what we had to accomplish. And you were instrumental in helping me to change that mood. Your enthusiasm, your energy, all that helped me to change my mood. So you can change your mood. If you don't like the mood you're having, if you're in a bad mood or you're cranky or you're whatever, you can change your mood. Is that something you would be interested in learning how to do?
I mean, yeah, I kind of realized that the reason I normally can't change my mood is the fact that I constantly seem to have the feeling of I just want to go home and sit alone and not deal with this.
And I think that's probably not the most constructive way to deal with it.
Probably not.
And that's where we kind of have to work on this EQ situation here, where we have to teach you how to do these things. And there's lots of different ways to do it. It could be meditation, it could be reading, it could be just coming home and cuddling with the cat sometimes. That helps to change your mood. Me coming home and hearing how mommy's day was and how your day was, that interaction helps to re-energize me when I've had a bad mood. So there's all kinds of different things. It's really a matter of figuring out what it does, what works for you. So that's certainly something that we can work on. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about how emotion is a work in progress. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about emotional intelligence. And now we're going to talk about emotional work in progress. Emotional intelligence is something that develops as we get older. If it didn't, all adults would act like little kids, expressing their emotions physically through stomping, crying, hitting, yelling, and losing control. Some of the skills that make up emotional intelligence develop earlier.
They may seem easier. For example, recognizing emotions seems easy once we know what to pay attention to. But the EQ skill of managing emotional reactions and choosing a mood might seem harder to master. That's because the part of the brain that's responsible for self-management continues to mature beyond our teen years. But practice helps those brain pathways develop.
We can all work to build even stronger emotional intelligence skills just by recognizing what we feel, understanding how we got there, understanding how others feel and why, and putting our emotions into heartfelt words when we need to.
So, emotional intelligence, because you can improve it, it's kind of like a muscle. You have to use it, you have to practice it, you have to work it out intellectually in order to improve these things. Do you find that in your day-to-day activities, you have a chance or an opportunity to kind of practice some of these scenarios and some of these emotional control exercises and stuff?
Sometimes, like whenever my friends would be in a bit of a rough patch, and whenever I myself might be in a rough patch and know that I can't, just have outright outbursts. So occasionally, not as much as I probably should, but occasionally.
Do you ever find yourself deliberately engaging in challenging situations so that you can improve? Or are you more likely to kind of stay away from those things and stay in your comfort zone?
Probably stay in my comfort zone. I normally don't like adding even more challenges onto myself, and with outside forces kind of influencing all that, it's kind of just, I'd rather not.
Are there people in your life that challenge you and force you to challenge yourself? Or are most people just kind of accepting for who you are and what you want to do?
mean, sometimes there might be things like peer pressure. Like, one of my friends would like want me to, hang out or like do stuff with them, and like, that kind of can challenge like some of my social things. Mommy also tends to challenge, my all of that, because like she wanted me to join the club. She wants me to do more social things. So yeah, I'd say like certain people still kind of challenge my comfort zone.
Now, do you think those challenges and those expectations are beneficial to you? Have you found them to be beneficial, or have they been bothersome and have they been detrimental to you?
Most of the time they've been beneficial. I've gotten more social when it comes to clubs. I really enjoy the tabletop gaming one because I've actually made a decent amount of friends there. So I'd say that most of them have been beneficial.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I think Mommy was kind of right on par there, trying to get you into some of those things. Assuming you want to improve your emotional intelligence and your empathy and your emotion control and all the stuff that we talked about today, right now, what avenues do you have to pursue improvement in those areas that you're aware of? What do you think you can do? Who can you turn to? Who can you ask questions of? That type of thing.
I mean, I guess I have my guidance counselor that I see, so I suppose if I wanted to, I could go talk to her about it. So, and then I guess just still involving myself with the clubs could also still, help.
Okay. Have you looked into any kind of counseling? I know we've talked about the benefits of counseling in the past. Have you looked into any kind of counseling, maybe any kind of online resources, even podcasts? And, we're not professionals with what we do here, but we kind of try to keep things real and cite legitimate sources about these things and kind of expand people's knowledge. Is there anything else out there like that you've used or that you're even aware of that maybe you could recommend for someone else?
I've not really been able to look through that kind of stuff. Occasionally there's like videos that I could relate to, possibly, but most of them didn't really revolve around the idea of emotional intelligence. I've kind of wanted to seek out like actual professional counseling, but really we haven't really done that, so.
Is there anything that you would caution people to stay away from? Are there any resources out there? Are there any, and I don't want to get into stereotyping, but is there a type of person out there or a type of activity that you would recommend? Stay away from social media, stuff like that. Is there anything like that you would recommend to prevent the situation from getting worse?
I guess there's like certain dating coaches I certainly wouldn't recommend because they do not know how emotions work with other people. They do not understand empathy. They just see people or like the people they're trying to date as objects almost. So I'd stay away from them because they have no idea what they're talking about.
Okay.
So yeah, I would definitely recommend to, not watch dating coaches most of the time, or I don't know, like actually go to professionals if you're gonna worry about that stuff. Don't listen to the people online that do it half the time.
Now, I'm specifically call out social media. Are you involved in social media in any way that you could render an opinion on how it affects this type of thing?
Only thing that I really get from social media is really YouTube. I don't really have anything else, but I can still become aware of that kind of stuff. I like know kind of what to avoid. There's like certain emotional coaches that really do not know what they're doing, and I'd kind of caution people to stay away from because again, they have no idea what they're talking about. They seem to give the exact wrong advice if there was any good advice that they could give.
I think that's a fair point. I think there's a lot of people out there I would recommend you stay away from when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
Which is why, we always offer the disclaimer that we are not certified experts here. We consult with notable resources, and we have a talk about it. This is really what we try to do. We try to keep it real and have a discussion about what the experts are saying. I think that was all we had. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
All right, here we go.
Alrighty, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that, take your EQ into perspective. IQ is something that a lot of people tend to talk about when it comes to people and your intelligence, but it's also important to realize that there's plenty of other different types of intelligence out there, and one of them, probably one of the more notable ones, being obviously emotional intelligence. Know that it's something that you can improve, and it's not something like IQ that you can improve. There's always hope that you can get better with it.
All right, sage advice as always.
Thank you.
So this was a relatively short podcast, but like I said, we're going to be expounding on this over the course of the next, 8 or 9 podcasts.
Yeah.
Different aspects of it. So be sure to tune into the next series of podcasts we'll be doing. Before we do go, though, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also find audio and video versions listed as Insights into Things. And we're on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about, or questions that you might have about the things we are talking about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, as well as on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you can find all of our podcasts listed as well. You can also get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights in Entertainment. I'm assuming you and Mommy are still doing it, so those are the hosts. And Insights in Tomorrow, are not really monthly podcast, usually hosted by you and my brother Sam.
We'll have to change the tagline to the not usually a monthly podcast now, because you say it so often.
Not usually a monthly podcast.
Not usually a monthly podcast. That's it for us today. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 160, Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges. I'm your host, Madison Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen, for this episode.
Hello, Madison.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I am awesome.
Nice. So, definitely a new setup already, but not only that, but we also have a special guest joining us for this podcast, my mom, also one of the possible hosts of Insights in Entertainment. You know, we're still working on that. but my mom, Michelle Whalen.
Yes, I'm not Madison. Whalen.
Sorry.
So that's who you were named after.
Anyway, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am good. So, bit of an interesting setup we've got today. Me hosting, special guest. Also, 160th episode. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Woo!
All right, so we figured that for our 10th episode. Now, just for a bit of context, this was technically my idea. The idea of basically, despite the fact that we mainly focus with teen issues, I figured why not focus on parent issues as well to have, an equal playing field.
Okay.
So we mostly address issues teens deal with on this podcast, but there are challenges to parenting that are worth taking a look at as well. Our perspectives on parenting topics are aimed at looking at these issues to help teens understand some of the difficulties parents face to hopefully put things on a more even playing field. Today's perspectives on parenting will look at some of the top challenges of parenting today. But before we do that, we have a few show plugs. So you can find audio versions listed in Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions listed under Insights into Things. I'd also like I'm bad at this, don't mind me. I'd also like to invite you to give us your feedback on what we're talking about or give us your suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or links to all of our social medias, websites, and much, well, not websites because we only have one, but links to all our social medias and more on our website at insightsintothings.com. Now, with the fact that I pretty much butchered our show plugs, are we ready to begin?
I think we're ready.
Let's do it.
Alright, so, we're gonna, basically this is gonna be kind of a Q&A for you guys. I came up with questions based on challenges that you've picked out for us, Daddy, so, the first segment we're gonna be focusing on the basics. And, these, questions are gonna be focusing on providing basic care for your child. So the first question I have for you both is, do you believe that parenting just comes down to providing the basic necessities?
And who's answering first?
I guess you can answer first.
Okay, I guess I will. No, I mean, obviously, the basic necessities of, food on the table, a roof over your head, that type of stuff is kind of a requirement legally. We kind of have to do that for you. But parenting is much more than that. And parenting is it's nurturing, it's growing, it's teaching, it's mentoring, it's a lot of different things. Mommy?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of different things. In a lot of cases, there are people that, don't have a suitable roof over their head or have enough food to eat, unfortunately, but yet have the love and care of and support of their parents. So it's, in a perfect society, you have everything, but there are people that are missing on certain aspects and kind of make up for it in other respects.
All right, I think those are some solid answers. Next is, do you find it more or less difficult to provide for your family than just yourself?
Sure, I'll go first. It's good if you direct traffic.
Okay, sorry.
So, I don't know if it's more difficult, because I think regardless of I was by myself or if I had a family, I'd still have the same needs, the same income, the same requirements. I think where it makes a difference is the sense of responsibility. It's one thing to have to take care of myself. It's a whole nother thing to know I've got a family I have to take care of. I've got your individual needs that have to be taken into consideration. It's a much bigger lift, I'll say, much bigger responsibility that you're worrying about, where you're not just worrying about yourself. You're not self-centered at that point in time. You have to worry about other people. And that comes with its own rewards as well. It's not a burden or dragging it down or anything, but it's a bigger perspective, I think, on life.
Yeah, and I think, again, not every parent, does everything to the full 100% that, that they can because of limitations on different things. And I think, if a parent is giving as much of themselves as they can and they're doing the best that they can, then hopefully, their the family dynamic and everything is functioning. There are some people who have, tons of money, but they don't do anything with their kids. And then there are people that don't have a lot of money, but yet find a way to do things and be with their kids and do things. So it's kind of, doesn't really matter what your economics standing is. You could, have the best economic standing and be the worst parent out there, or be on, the low end of things, but be the best parent. So it's, it kind of can go all over the place, really.
Next up, have there been sacrifices you've had to make for your family? If so, what were they? Mommy, why don't we go with you first?
Well, there's that blood altar in the backyard there.
Shh, we don't talk about that. And the chickens, but no. I don't know if I probably made some sort of sacrifice in terms of, not knowingly doing it, but, pursuing my career and trying to, get ahead, knowing that I had a family at home. I guess I was willing to only work so many hours a day, so many hours a week, so that I still had family time. So I guess in some cases, some sacrifices, but I don't really think that I made any. I don't think there was ever an opportunity that came forward, in my career where it said, oh, well, if you came and worked on weekends, you'd get promoted. Nothing like that ever came to me, but I'm sure if I tried, there might have been something. If I had wanted something a little bit more, I would have had to sacrifice something else, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice that family time.
I think I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't see them as sacrifices. I think there were different choices. Had I not wanted to have family time, had I not wanted to spend, I'm the type of person who, there's a very clear delineation between personal life and professional life. And I've always maintained that. And there were instances in which, had I let the professional life bleed into my personal life more, I probably would have had different career choices. I probably would have had more opportunities. But I don't think I lost anything. There was an opportunity at one point in time for me to travel more for work. And I was never big on traveling, so it wasn't a sacrifice. It was a choice I made that wasn't what I wanted to do, but it would have taken me away from the family more. So I don't think I've made sacrifices. I think I've made choices because of the family that, had I not had the family, I would have gone down a different path. So certainly no regrets on my part.
All right, that's good. I'm glad I don't give you guys any regrets or make you think you had to sacrifice stuff, other than, the chickens, but we got that.
Right.
The next question I have is, does the support of your family make it make up for any possible drawbacks needed to provide for them, Mommy?
Well, if you guys would, like, empty and load the dishwasher a little bit more,
I mean,
I'd appreciate it.
I did that Monday.
I know. You did it Monday.
I've done it before. I
did
get
that
busy.
once back in 2018.
I'm busy. Okay.
I'm just saying, there are certain things where I shouldn't have to ask. I shouldn't have to beg. It should be, hey, that sink looks a little full. Maybe I should help out. Hey, would you like some help with something? That's really more of what I was,
Okay.
going towards.
I think we'll just move on to the next part.
It's safer that way.
All right. The next question is, have you ever had any issues trying to quote unquote put bread on the table, Daddy?
Not recently. We've been very fortunate with that. There have been a couple of times that I've been between jobs. There was a period that I was working as a consultant and you didn't know if I was going to go to work the next day. It never got to the point where we couldn't pay our bills, but it was one of those things where other plans were kind of in limbo. Like we couldn't plan a vacation. I didn't know what Christmas was going to be like the one year. So it's never been to the point, like I grew up in a family that every week we didn't know if we were going to put bread on the table. I knew what it was like growing up, literally not knowing if you were going to have a meal the next day. Clearly looking at me, we got over all those problems. But we never got to that point, but we got to the point where it was uncomfortable from time to time, especially this one period that I was out of work for quite some time. And I tried the stay-at-home dad role there and wanted to see how that fit and came to the conclusion that I'm not cut out for that type of thing.
Yeah, I do remember around that time, mainly because I was almost grounded, but
You were almost grounded.
Well, I got in trouble at school, but we won't talk about that. Mommy?
I would have to, kind of piggyback with that. We have been very fortunate, knock on wood, for the time that we've been together and we've had our family that, there were just, a few months where it was a hiccup, for us. And I don't think it was anything that, ever affected you in terms of things that you couldn't do or things that you couldn't have or,
Other than having to put up with me being home for an extended period of time.
Right, because it was also during the summer, too. So instead of going to camp that one year, obviously that was there's no sense in sending her to camp. Let's, you stay home and you guys, go to the park and do things. And
yeah, and I remember that you would be able to pick me up from school when that ended up starting. And, well, I didn't really like that at first because, I got, in trouble 2 times. But, we won't talk about that.
So, yeah, it was, again, we've been very fortunate and very blessed to have, we didn't have to really modify too many things, at that time. Going into the pandemic, we've talked about this, multiple times too, that, Daddy and I both worked full time from the moment the pandemic started until now. Nothing ever changed for us, where a lot of people didn't have that luxury. And it really was a luxury to be able to, keep the lights on, keep the heat on, keep the air conditioner on, all the bills got paid. And, there were times when, I worried that maybe something was going to happen with the pandemic. And we were very fortunate, so I totally feel for those parents out there who, they don't know one week to the next how they're going to manage. And they do. In some cases, they do what they have to make sure things go well for, as well as can be in their situation for their family.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I definitely think we are pretty fortunate, knock on wood. Alright, so the next question we have is, do you think you've been able to provide me with all my basic needs? Daddy?
Yeah, I think you're fine. You're good. No, seriously.
Okay.
I think we've been in a position where we've been fortunate enough to not only meet but exceed those basic needs. There's very few things that you need. There's very few things that you ask for.
And the stuff that I do ask for, it's normally me paying for it.
Usually.
Usually.
Sometimes. Once in a while. But we've been able to do things with you that a lot of families can't do. I mean, you've been to Disney more times, I think, than pretty much most human beings out there that don't live in Florida. Okay? Some kids never get to go. Most kids get to go once in their lifetime. Twice, maybe. So, yeah, I think, not to pat myself on the back, but I think we've done pretty good.
Are we good? You have anything on it?
No, I think, in some respects, and we know that you're spoiled, but in a good way. You're not, you don't expect to get the newest phone or the newest iPad or the newest whatever. You're happy if you get a hand-me-down of something, and, so the way that we kind of reward you for being a good student and being a pretty great kid is if we feel, you know what, you do deserve an upgrade of some sort, and we give it to you. And for the holidays, you wanted a purple hoodie. That was your big gift that you wanted. You didn't care about anything else, where there are some kids that are like, I want the new blah, 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 or I want, the new game system, and I want this. And you're just like, I just want leggings and a purple hoodie. And you were ecstatic that you had a purple hoodie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, all of my gaming systems, I've never asked for them. I've never asked for the Switch. I have a Switch. I never asked for the PS5. I never asked for the Xboxes. We have those.
Well, technically,
they're
PS5.
down.
Well, technically, that's yours. I don't really even use it anyway. I don't even use it that much anyway. And technically, I mainly just play with the older Xbox because, there's Rock Band on it.
Yes.
Yeah, if you had one game to play, you'd be, all right, whatever, and that's fine. And that's why it was so funny when you and Daddy started going to the gaming stores and looking, and you're like, there's all these games for Switch? How did I not know? And it was like your mind had just like exploded, because it was just, you were happy playing one game or two games on it, and that's fine, and nothing wrong with that. So it's nice when Daddy and I can spoil you in that respect, because you appreciate it. You don't take it for granted. You don't try and con us out of, something. The only thing you might con us out of is something at Five Below that's like $3. Like, that's really when it comes down to it. Or anything else, you're like, all right, I'll pay for it. Or there's a new Sims pack or something, and you know how much money you have, and all right, I'll pay for it. That's fine.
Yeah, and I have to ask you guys, hey, can we sort out my finances real quick?
Right, which normally means there's something I want to buy. I want to make sure I have enough money for it.
Alright, the next one we have is, are you happy with the conditions we live in, or do you wish things could be better? Mommy?
I want a mansion. No.
A haunted mansion, maybe.
A haunted mansion. Oh, that's a good one. I'm happy with where we are. Could we always have a bigger house? Yeah, but then that would be more to clean. Could we, live someplace warmer? Yeah, then we have to deal with bugs. I think I don't need to have the biggest, the newest, the best of whatever, because I have You.
Yay.
Both of you.
I'm the biggest. Right? I mean, come on, look at me. I'm the biggest. You're the best. You know, we're good, right?
Right.
And mommy's the beauty.
Right.
Aw.
There you go. See, the 3 Bs. We're instead of Bed Bath & Beyond. It's
Oh,
biggest, best, and beautiful.
They're going bankrupt. So we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't want to be them. No, I agree. You always want to provide a better life for your kids than you had yourself. And I know from my perspective, we've accomplished that quite handily. But you always want something that's better. You want something to strive for. And there's always something else that we could do, something different vacation we can do, a bigger house, nicer bathroom, a bigger fire pit, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be huge things, but it's always something else to look forward to. And that kind of is what drives you. It's like, I don't want to be complacent and say, oh, I love my life and it's as great as it can be and I never want to change. Because at some point in time, it's going to change. And if you don't prepare yourself for that, and you don't prepare yourself in a way that kind of looks for that positive change, you get stuck in your ways and it changes in a way that you don't like and you're trying to adjust to it and stuff like that. So yes, I'm happy with the conditions that we live in, but I wish things could be better. And we try to make things better. That's the big thing. It's not just wishing. I don't sit around wishing I hit the lottery, right? We work harder. We work smarter. We save our money. We make the right decisions so that we can have things better. It's not just about sitting back and envying what the neighbor has or something like that. It's actively doing something. It's being motivated to do something to make it better. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything, Things could be better, but things are great as it is now. The final one for basic needs is, do you try to go the extra mile to help support your family's needs? Mommy?
I think so. I hope I do. I hope you appreciate, everything that we do, that I do. Could I do more? Probably. Could I do less? Sure.
I mean, I can definitely appreciate, especially the fact that you get up with me in the morning, even if you don't have to get up that early, and you help me to make my lunch and occasionally help me remember to get my lunch. You're, up to drive me and wait for me with the bus, and occasionally you'll even pick me up if, you are able to, and, I really appreciate that, because otherwise I don't really know what I would do in the morning. When you go and I have to do my own lunch, I have to do my own stuff, it's like, what is this? So
Daddy feels the same way.
Indeed I do. I would say I don't go the extra mile that I used to go because I live much closer to work now. And I don't go the same extra miles that Mommy goes. I think we go down different mile paths.
Yes.
All for the same goal of trying to make things better.
That's fair.
Mommy and I have very different skill sets, and we complement each other. And I think that's what makes things work so well around here. If I compliment Mommy more, it probably would work better.
Yes.
I don't compliment Mommy enough, but I think we've each found a path for our own skill sets.
I would tend to agree.
Let's take a quick break here, and then we can come back and talk about some more stuff.
All right.
All right, we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This is our first episode of Perspectives on Parenting, talking about the top challenges. And now we're going to talk about taking care of the mental and emotional needs, there being children. Just so that you know. Don't want you to assume. So the first question for this section is, what do you do to make sure that my mental and emotional needs are looked after?
Mostly neglect and ridicule, really.
Lots of chocolate.
This is one of the things. We started doing the podcast as a way of having these discussions and trying to help out with the various things that you run into. But there's a lot of talks. We tend to do a lot of dinner time talks. We tend to do a lot of incident talks, we'll call them. And there's a lot of life lessons to pass on with stuff like that. But I think it's time. It's about taking the time to listen and to engage. And I think they're probably the biggest things that I do. And occasionally stopping and getting chocolate on the way home under certain circumstances.
That helps.
Right. I think we're very fortunate that we are so open with each other and that we can have serious conversations and we can have silly conversations about things. But in the end, it all kind of boils down to that we have that open communication. And hopefully there's nothing that you are afraid to talk to us about or worried about. And yes, there are times when the emotions run wild and we try to manage the situation as it comes, because it's happened from, when you were younger, and it's going to continue to happen. And hopefully we can give you enough life lessons and enough help so that, 10 years from now, if something comes up and we're not nearby or can't get us on the phone, you can go back, and kind of remember something, go, oh, this is how my parents would have helped me out.
Okay, that's all fair. I definitely agree with all that. The next question we have is, can this be a daunting task at time, and if so, how? You first.
Absolutely not. It's been a pleasure the entire time. It's never been...
Lies!
Oh, yeah.
Liar! Lies!
As a man...
That's always a great way to start a sentence.
it's proven difficult when I've had to deal with the female element of raising a child. And when I say that, I mean the emotional roller coaster. It's very different than when Sam was growing up. I can't, I don't have words to really describe some of the challenges, because there are times that you'll get emotional about something and I don't get it. But I can't be like, I don't get it, just get over it. Because I've tried that and it doesn't work. So
it's amazing you're still alive after saying that.
It's one of those things where I have to, at the very least, try to understand the situation from your perspective, and then figure out a way to say something that's encouraging and uplifting and not demeaning or going to make the situation worse. And I'm very good at demeaning and humor and stuff like that. I have a difficult time with the encouraging part of things sometimes when you have an emotional incident.
That's fair. So, Mommy?
Well, and I want to give Daddy some props, because not a lot of men can be as open-minded about certain situations with their daughters. And you probably know a whole lot more about things pertaining to your daughter than most dads with daughters, honestly. So that's, kudos to you for not shying away or saying, "Oh, we'll talk to your mother." That's her department. There's only so much knowledge that you have and knowledge that you can look up, but without having lived that, you don't know, but you do your best and you don't try and fake it. You admit when you have your faults.
I'm glad you recognize that.
I do. And then if you bring chocolate, then it makes everybody happy.
Yep.
It offsets some of those demeaning comments sometimes.
And trust me, I can only, because I'm still in it, it's hard for me to even take a step back and go, why does he just not get it? Because I understand what she's going through and she understands what I'm going through, because we're going through it the same time. So I can only imagine where you walk in the door. Is it safe? Do I need... Here's a chocolate grenade! Woo! And then, all
there are times...
And then we, crawl from the walls.
The women folk scurry to pick up the chocolate.
There are times that I come home and I know what's going on, and I'm just like, all right, yell at me, and I'll go downstairs. And I'll leave you alone at that point.
Right, exactly. Just take my beatings.
There are times I just know I got to take one for the team, for the greater good.
I know in 3 days everything will be fine. Everything will go back to normal, and it's just the way it's going to be. And it's not a personal attack. It's just what happened. So
that's one example.
Yes, the one example. Anyway, moving on to the next question. Would you say it's easier or harder to look after these needs than to take care of my basic ones, and if so, why? Mommy?
I don't know. I guess some people are meant to be parents. And I guess for me, I don't see it as a challenge. I don't see it as a hardship. I kind of knew what I was signing up for. I did it willingly. I wanted it, where I know that there are people that end up being parents because of other situations and have to kind of grow into it. And some people are just parenting types. You're a very motherly individual. When you're with your group of friends, you're kind of the mom of the group, making, hey, if your guys are sitting outside and it's, cold out, hey, does anybody need a blanket? Does anybody need a snack? Does anybody need a drink? You take care of your little group of friends. So again, some people have that kind of built into them, no matter if they're a parent or not. There are some people that never become parents, but still have that in them. And then there are people that become parents that never had it in them. And unfortunately, their kids kind of suffer because they didn't have that nurturing environment. So I think for me, it's just in some cases, second nature. Obviously, there are things that happen on the day-to-day basis where I'm like, oh, this isn't what I signed up for, but okay, how are we dealing with this today? But for the most part, I try and keep as cool and calm, collective sometimes, and okay, what do we need to do to get past this? What's the lesson here, so that the next time we don't have a freak out.
Were you gonna say anything on that?
Nope, not even gonna touch that one.
All right, good enough. The next question we have is, do you wish you were better at dealing with these needs than you are now? I guess we can start on you for that one.
Why? Because it seems like I need to be better at dealing with these things.
I don't know.
Obvious?
I think it's just because you didn't say anything on the other one.
Yes, I try to get better. I try to be more patient. I try to be more understanding. But, like Mommy said, there's only so much that I can understand, right? I don't have the same physiology, we'll say. So there are things that you go through that I could never go through, and you can only get so much out of hearing someone talk about it and reading about it that I'll never really understand these things. What I try to understand is what my role is in helping to cope with these things. Is that role being that guy that gets yelled at because someone needs to get their frustrations out? All right, I can take the punches and deal with that. Is that role the guy who stops and gets chocolate on the way home? Okay, I can handle that too. So it's a matter of figuring out where I can constructively fit into the equation, knowing I can't fill the gap. So that's where I try to get better at those things, and it's a learning experience. It comes with time. It comes with trial and error.
Mommy, did you want to say anything?
No, I think I'm good.
All right. The next question we have is, what do you think can be changed that could improve the condition of these needs more? Mommy?
See, I don't know if we, not to toot our own horn, but I think we have opened that line of communication where, as far as I know, you don't have an issue coming to us about things. There were certain topics not that long ago that you didn't feel comfortable going to Daddy with, and you came to me and we talked them through, and then I was able to talk to Daddy about them and kind of prepare him, and that was definitely a little bit of a bumpy situation, but since then the lines of communication have been pretty open about it, and it was a learning curve for all of us. So I think anything that comes our way, we all kind of, all right, what do we need to do for this? And we've had a couple of different situations that have popped up more recently where you were afraid to talk to me about something, and you talked to your guidance counselor about it, and your guidance counselor said, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. And you and Daddy had the conversation, and you didn't want to bring it up to me because you figured I'd be upset. And yeah, I was upset, but I understood your reasoning behind it and made sense and said, all right, well, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you want to do, and we will support you. Same thing with, another topic where, not that we wanted to push you towards something, but you kind of made a decision on something, and we kind of agree, yeah, okay, that's the way it's going to be. So I think even though we still have these situations that come up where, all right, well, I don't want to tell Daddy, I'll tell Mommy. Or I don't want to tell Mommy, I'll tell Daddy. At least there's somebody that you feel comfortable talking to. And I And there are lots of kids out there who can't talk to their parents about anything. And they don't have a guidance counselor at school that they're able to talk to. Or they don't have a family friend or somebody, and it eats them up and it, in some cases, destroys who that person is. So, again, I think we're very fortunate that we've been so open and understanding with you from the beginning, that when these little kind of hiccups happen, they're just little bumps in the road. They're just little pebbles, in the sand. They're not these huge mountains that we can't overcome.
Anything?
She went to the mountain analogy. I can't really top that.
Well, I mean, it's a mountain, so yeah.
If
I'm just that good.
what can be changed to improve? The only thing I could say is, a subscription to the Chocolate of the Week Club or something.
Okay, I like that.
I got nothing there.
All right, the next question we have is, do you feel looking after these needs are just as, if not more important than taking care of my basic needs? You first.
Me being daddy.
Yes.
I think they're more important. I think the basic needs are the ones that kind of cover themselves. I think all of what we've been talking about here is the important stuff, because these are the formative things. Yes, you need food. Yes, you need a roof over your head and, clothes and all that stuff. But what makes you who you are when you're an adult is everything else. Those experiences. Where do you get your sense of compassion? Where do you get your sense of empathy? Where do you get your sense of morals? Those are all the things that these other things are instilling in you. So I definitely think that these are really where you need to be focusing on the most important things. Because if you're focusing on those things, chances are you've taken care of the basics.
Fair enough. Mommy?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Don't think I really have anything.
No, I think you're not going to pull another mountain analogy out on me. No, okay. Mommy's not going to the mountain again.
All right.
I'm saving it for later.
All right. The next question we have is, have you ever thought that I needed counseling to better help these needs? Mommy?
Possibly. I am not one who thinks that those that need help are weak or can't do their day-to-day life, or that it's something to look down upon. I think if there's something that you can't get the help from those around you and you're still struggling in some sort of way, that absolutely you should go and find support elsewhere. So it's really up to the person. You have to be the one to want the help. People can suggest it and say, yeah, I think maybe you should, or, but if you aren't ready to go for help, then going and talking to somebody, you're not going to get anything out of it for anybody in general. So, but to be able to admit to yourself, you know what, I think I need a little extra work to help, I think that there's nothing wrong with that.
There was a time in the not too distant future that I probably would have said, no, you don't need that. My perspectives on counseling and professional help have evolved over the years. And I, not being a professional or a qualified professional, I can't say that you need counseling. I will say that it doesn't hurt. There are times, and it depends on the person you talk to as well. There are counselors that are very in tune with your thoughts and feelings and needs, and they're very helpful. They're the type of people that can read you well and can unlock the parts of you that need to be unlocked and let loose. There are other counselors who aren't like that, who aren't very good, who are, I don't want to say conventional or unconventional, but there are people who do it by the book, and the book was written as a guide. It wasn't written for everybody. So somebody who's adaptable and can understand your needs probably could do wonderful things for you. But like Mommy said, you have to be ready for something like that. You have to, one, not stigmatize it yourself, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with talking to a counselor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. There's nothing wrong with that. So you can't stigmatize it, because then you're going to look down on it yourself. And you have to be willing to unlock those parts of you. You know, there are times that a lot of the issues that we have, and this was, part of my experience with counseling, was there were parts of my past that I locked up and threw away the key because I didn't want to deal with them, because it was too painful to deal with. The problem is that you're lugging this chest around, this very heavy chest, and it weighs you down emotionally, and it's an impairment to you until you deal with it. You can either cut it loose or you can open it up and deal with it. And you have to be prepared to deal with it sometimes. And in my experience, I found that when you deal with it and you come to terms with it and you accept it, you can move on, and it's part of you at that point in time. You're not trying to run away from it. And you can embrace it and understand it. And in my case, it was about forgiveness. And until you're ready to forgive yourself in those situations, going to a counselor is not going to matter to you at all. So it's like chicken soup. It might not help, but it won't hurt, right?
Fair enough. All right, those are some very deep responses. Thank you. The final question for this section is, would you say that what you've done for these needs has helped me from what you can see? Mommy?
Yes. Yeah, I can see that what we've talked about in general has affected you with the way that you act, with the way that you think, with the way that you do certain things. So again, not to, pat ourselves on the back, but I think we raised a pretty decent kid. You're a pretty decent human being. There's nothing that you do that disappoints us.
Yeah, not a disappointment. I'm just a burden.
Our little burden. And that's an inside joke. That's that we joke about it, where unfortunately there are parents that yell at their kids and say that they're burdens and they're disappointments, and they mean it. And yeah, we might get upset that you didn't do a chore or something. When was the last time you were grounded for something?
What time is it?
It's still early, right? I'm sure we can find something. But we trust you because we have, you've never done anything for us to not trust you. You've never done anything, the night's still young, who knows? You might sneak out, but you don't want to. You don't want to go outside. It's cold. I think you'd want to go outside and play with a cat. That would really be the only...
Yeah, because it's not like I have a social life.
All right. Do we want to take another break and come back and finish up?
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're doing Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges. And now we're going to talk about ensuring children receive a quality education. So the first question we have in this section is, has it been difficult trying to get me into school at this point? We will go to you, Daddy.
No, it hasn't.
Next question then?
Next question.
All right. Next question we have is, do you have any experiences with this as a parent that might seem like a more unique situation than most? Mommy?
Well, fortunately, you're in the public school system. We didn't decide to send you to a private school. We felt that the school district that for the town that we live in, that there weren't any issues, where, again, not every parent has that opportunity or feels that a public education is sufficient for their child. So then they do go above and beyond and look for a private school. We haven't started looking at colleges yet. That'll be next year's big fun activity. So I'm sure that will be a new set of challenges for us. But as of right now, we've been very fortunate with doing, what you're doing now with the engineering program and things like that. That was all you getting into it. So there was nothing that we had to really worry about. The only thing we kind of worried about was at the start of the pandemic. What was school going to be like? Did we have to start homeschooling you? That was really, I think, the only time we ever really worried about, what are we going to do for school? Do I have to now be a homeschooling teacher? Do we have to find a homeschooling group? What online programs can we do? And that was probably the biggest challenge.
That's fair. The next question we have is, have you ever thought of enrolling me in different schools? Daddy?
Not seriously, other than the time that Mommy mentioned with the COVID stuff. But every time I go and look for a different house, I always look at the school district and, I consider whether or not we want to pull you out and move to a different school district. And then Mommy's little voice in the back of my head just sort of smacks me in the back of my head. All right, we won't look at that house anymore. So no, I don't think there's ever been any real serious consideration except for the COVID experience.
All right, that's fair. Next up is do you have any Next question is, do you have expectations for when college approaches, and what are they? Mommy?
I think it's, is it something that a school that you want to go to? It's ultimately your choice by then. Do you feel comfortable at the school? Does it, do you feel excited by it? Does it have what you're looking for? Is it far enough from home? Is it close enough from home? It's, what are your criteria? And I think right now it's a little early for you to really know what it is. So it's where you're going to end up for hopefully 4 years, but also it's one of those things where you might end up someplace and absolutely hate it after the first year and decide to go someplace else. And again, by then it's your choice. Daddy and I need to be there to support you with that decision. So again, it really, it's going to come down to you where you want to go.
Yay, I love getting pressure put on me. That's fun. Yay. All right. Next question we have is, have you ever had to get involved with something I was dealing with at school? I definitely think this is a good question for you, Father.
There have been a few instances in which there were issues that you had in school, and I had to express my displeasure at the situation. The first one, the biggest one I think that comes to mind, was an incident where you had a teacher who was making fun of one of your phobias. Well, let's just say he didn't after I had a conversation with him. I've never had a problem exercising my right to free speech when it comes to situations with your school that I don't necessarily agree with. But I've never had a problem with that with just about anything. Getting me to engage is not difficult. Getting me to shut up, now that's a challenge.
All right, that's fair. Polite way of saying that. Next question we have is, do you think you've helped to influence my work ethic in school? Mommy, this is for you.
I believe so. I think in some cases you have a better work ethic than Daddy or I had.
Oh, definitely me. I was a slacker.
You know, on a Friday afternoon, you come home and do homework, where most people are like, I got all weekend, whatever. Or you did homework on a Friday when you had off on Monday, just so that you could get it done and then you could relax. Same thing when you get home from school. You come home, you relax for a couple of minutes, and then you take out your books and you start doing it.
Even then, I don't even relax. I kind of just drop all my stuff in the kitchen, take off my shoes, call you, and then do homework.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that you instilled that kind of all on your own. That wasn't really anything that we ever talked about. And I don't know if that was kind of due to doing, like, aftercare.
Yeah, that might be the reason, because it's like that they got us to do our homework, like, at the very start. That probably might have been the reason why I did that.
Yeah, and it's a good work habit to have. So no complaints there.
All right. The next question we have is, have you ever had any major expectations for me when it came to school activities or my performance? Daddy?
I think every parent has an expectation. I think my expectations for you, regardless of what it was, whether it was scholastic, whether it was marching band, or even the clubs that you're in, it's to do your best. Always do your best. Sometimes your best doesn't get you an A, but if you're doing your best, that's all I can ask for. I have no right to ask for anything more than you to try your best. Don't go in there and do it half-heartedly. Don't try and coast through. Do your best every time, because if you adhere to that ethic, when you get done school and get done college and you're out in the real world and you're working in your professional career, that same philosophy will pay off in the long run. So my expectation is always try your best.
All right. I agree with that. Or at least I agree with that that's your expectation.
But you don't agree with that philosophy.
No, I agree with the philosophy. It's, whatever. The last question we have for you, Mommy, is, what do you think the future holds in terms of my education?
Let me get my crystal ball. I don't know. It's, where do you want it to go? That's really the most that I can hope for. You know, I'm hoping you're planning to go to college at this point. I believe you are on that track. Do you go to school for engineering? We don't know yet. It's still early to make that decision. You have to do what's best for you. Not because daddy wants you to do it, not because I want you to do it, because you want to do it. And yeah, there were things that we made you do when you were younger that as you get older, you don't have to do what we want you to do because you are your own person. And that's where I'm having issues because I'm trying to guide you to certain things and you're like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. And it's like, but.
Chicken butt.
Chicken butt. But I have to realize, not to hit my microphone, that you're an individual and you're going to do what you want to do. Just because I love the Haunted Mansion doesn't mean you have to love the Haunted Mansion.
Despite the fact that I've been really interested in the lore recently.
Right, which is totally fine. And you love SpongeBob, where there was a conversation not that long ago where, she's going to grow out of that phase. And it's like, well, no, for how long have you liked Darth Vader? Oh, ever since you were a kid. Okay, well, maybe she's going to like SpongeBob.
Not to name any names.
I'm not naming
Jeez.
I'm not naming.
Hey, look, you want to back that bus up over me again?
Where's that beer truck? But that's the thing is that we can, we've guided you for as long as we can, and hopefully we will guide you longer, but at some point you have to take the reins and you have to make that decision, and hopefully we give you enough knowledge and enough confidence to make those right decisions.
Alrighty, I think we had a solid discussion. May have been a little long, but solid discussion.
That's fine. It was worthwhile.
Yep.
Could have been longer.
Alright, when we come back, I guess am I still doing the, thing at the end, or we just...
Yeah, let's see how bad you murder that one. We'll be right back.
Great.
Did you want to do your closing thoughts?
I mean, sure.
Okay, do that then when we come back. Ready? Here we go.
Alright, so despite the fact that we didn't have a general theme when it came to all of this, I guess what I can at least say is, try your best to keep open communication with each other. That's really something that we've really been fortunate about, and that's one of the reasons we're able to have this podcast with each other. And I know it's obviously not going to be the case for everybody, but if you have the ability, try to keep an open communication with your parents or your kids.
Okay.
Yeah, don't really have too much else to say, and I guess I'm doing the show plugs.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so for audio versions of the podcast, they are listed as Insights into Teens. We also have video versions of the podcast that are listed as Insights into Things. You can find our podcast on all popular podcast services like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and, much more. Any place you can get a podcast, really. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted normally by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast that's really only filmed almost once a year at this point, hosted by you and my brother Sam occasionally.
Okay, well, we clearly have to work on your marketing skills.
Well, I mean, maybe that's what gets people actually interested in the ad. They don't just want a regular read-through. They actually would like personality when it came to it.
Well,
you never
there
know.
you go.
There
That's the way
you
to look
go.
at it. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone!
Bye.
Oh, bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 159, Social Phobia. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my sociable and outgoing co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone. Again, don't really think that describes me, but sure.
Well, this is what we're shooting for at the end of the episode.
Fair enough.
I'm projecting, we'll say. How you doing today, Maddie?
Doing all right. How about you?
Doing pretty good. So far, so good this week. Anything exciting on your end?
Not really much. Kind of just getting back into the swing of things still.
Still, huh? It takes a while, huh? Okay, I guess. I was fortunate enough to make a trip to scenic Salisbury, Maryland on Tuesday. And got to see the team down there, so that was fun. Broke up the week a little bit.
Yay.
But other than that, nothing exciting for me.
Mm.
So today we are talking social phobia. Now we touched on it kind of by mention last week when we were talking about shyness. And social phobia is kind of an extension, kind of an extreme extension of shyness. Social phobia is something most of us experience at one time or another at varying degrees of severity. It's that nervous feeling you get if you speak in front of a group, that shy feeling you experience around others who aren't in your inner circle, or the self-consciousness you may experience out in public for any number of reasons. But social phobia that is uncontrolled and severe can be crippling and lead to other issues. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at what social phobia is, what causes it, how it can affect your life, and ultimately, how you can deal with it. But before we do that, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of Insights into Teens listed as Insights into Teens on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio. You can also find audio versions and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things at those same locations. We would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts. Are we ready?
I guess we have to be.
Okay. We don't have to be. We can chit-chat for a little bit longer if you'd like.
It's fine.
Okay, here we go. So our research comes to us again from our kidshealth.org website. I think the next few weeks we'll be drawing from that same resource. It's a very good resource. So what is social phobia? It's natural to feel self-conscious, nervous, or shy in front of others at times. Most people get through these moments when they need to, but for some, the anxiety that goes with feeling shy or self-conscious can be extreme. When people feel so self-conscious and anxious that it prevents them from speaking up or socializing most of the time, it's probably more than just shyness. It may be an anxiety condition called social phobia.
So what happens when someone has social phobia? Well, extreme feelings of shyness and self-consciousness build into a powerful fear. As a result, a person feels uncomfortable participating in everyday social situations. People with social phobia can usually interact easily with family and a few close friends, but meeting new people, talking in a group, or speaking in public can cause their extreme shyness to kick in. With social phobia, a person's extreme shyness, self-consciousness, and fears of embarrassment get in the way of life. Instead of enjoying social activities, people with social phobia might dread them and avoid some of them altogether.
So what causes social phobia? Like other phobias, social phobia is a fear reaction to something that isn't actually dangerous, although the body and mind react as if the danger is real. This means that someone feels physical sensations of fear, like a faster heartbeat and breathing. These are part of the body's fight or flight response. They're caused by a rush of adrenaline and other chemicals that prepare the body to either fight or make a quick getaway.
This biological mechanism kicks in when they feel afraid. It's a built-in nervous system response that alerts us to danger so we can protect ourselves. With social phobia, this response gets activated too often, too strongly, and in situations where it's out of place. Because the physical sensations that go into the response are real, and sometimes quite strong, the danger seems real too, so the person will react by freezing up and will feel unable to interact. As the body experiences these physical sensations, the mind goes through emotions like feeling afraid or nervous.
People with social phobia tend to interpret these sensations and emotions in a way that leads them to avoid the situation. They might say, "Uh-oh, my heart's pounding, this must be dangerous, I'd better not do it." While someone else might interpret the same physical sensations of nervousness a different way. They might say, "Okay, that's just my heart beating fast. It gets me a little nervous because it's almost my turn to speak, but it happens every time, so it's no big deal." So, with that in mind, we talked last week about the shyness that both you and I suffer from. And the question kind of comes up now is that shyness controllable, or is that shyness something that controls us? And I think that's kind of where I'm not, a clinical psychologist or anything like that. So when I think of phobias and I think of normal fears, that's kind of where I draw that line. Do I control that fear, or does that fear control me? And if that fear controls me, I tend to think of it more along the lines of it being a phobia. Does your shyness control you, or do you control the shyness?
I guess it can be both in certain situations. I definitely think my shyness can control me to a point where I have the anxiety and it controls me to not do certain things, while in other instances I kind of control the shyness in the fact that, it's either I personally don't want to do it or it's something that I will do despite the shyness.
So we've talked about fears and phobias on the podcast in the past. And I certainly don't want to bring up a painful topic, but one phobia that we've definitely determined you have is arachnophobia. You're afraid of spiders. And it's almost a crippling fear of spiders that you've suffered from for a long time now. Does your shyness fall into the same category as your fear of spiders?
Being honest, not really. It's not as crippling as my fear of spiders, because my fear of spiders has just stopped me. If I see a spider, I will not go in that room. It can be my bedroom, it can be the bathroom, I will not go in that room. You cannot make me go in that room unless the spider is either out of it or killed.
So it's probably fair to say that you don't have social phobia if that's the case.
Yeah, probably.
Otherwise, we'd have to kind of categorize the two of those at a very similar level of fear. I don't think I have social phobia myself either. I think mine tends to just be that awkward shyness that I might try to avoid a situation. But it's funny because after talking about shyness last week, I found a couple of situations that I would normally have not engaged in at work because it required me to speak in front of a group. And I saw the opportunity and I attacked it, and I just, I went for it. And it kind of felt good. It was something that I would have avoided doing, but if I had to do it, I could have. But after having our talk last week, it was one of those, well, let's give this a shot and see how it works. And it worked out pretty well. So I don't think I suffer from social phobia either. So I think that's good. I think we're both in a good place here. I think we kind of understand what social phobia is, even though we don't suffer from it.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about how social phobia can affect someone's life. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about social phobia. And now we're going to talk about how social phobia can affect someone's life. With social phobia, thoughts and fears about what others think get exaggerated in someone's mind. The person starts to focus on the embarrassing things that could happen instead of the good things. This makes a situation seem much worse than it is, and influences a person to avoid it.
Sorry, I'm over here pushing buttons on the mixer. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Some of the ways social phobia can affect someone's life include feeling lonely or disappointed over missed opportunities for friendship and fun. Social phobia might prevent someone from chatting with friends in the lunchroom, joining an after-school club, going to a party, or asking someone on a date. Not getting the most out of school is another problem. Social phobia might keep a person from volunteering an answer in class, reading aloud, or giving a presentation. Someone with social phobia might feel too nervous to ask a question in class or go to a teacher for help.
There's also missing a chance to share their talents and new skills. Social phobia might prevent someone from auditioning for the school play, being in the talent show, trying out for a team, or joining in a service project. Social phobia not only prevents people from trying new things, but it also prevents them from making the normal, everyday mistakes that help people improve their skills further.
So we talked about this a little bit last week about some of the impacts that being shy could have. And we had talked about the impact on school and how sometimes it might prevent you from raising your hand if you're, like you said, you didn't want to have the wrong answer. Have you ever experienced a situation when you're in class where you knew you should be participating or you felt you should be participating and you didn't because you were afraid of something like that?
I mean, there have been, a few instances, specifically when, there were other people in class who really weren't willing to answer, and I knew that I, should participate in having some sort of participation so that, we can move class along, and I was scared that, I would possibly have the wrong answer, so I just didn't answer.
All right, so it sounds like kind of a mild version of that has happened in the past.
Yeah.
What about showcasing your talent? One of the things that I really appreciate about you is the fact that you are artistic in a lot of different ways. Music, drawing, writing. You have a lot of different ways to express your creative side. Does your shyness hold you back from expressing that to others? Is it something where you just create and keep it to yourself and to Mommy and I, or do you show it to other people?
I mean, I'd like to show my art to other people, and I did that when I was younger, specifically when I ended up making comics, and in aftercare, whenever we had, like, reading time, I would get my comics out and show everybody. And, like, I still share some of my projects with my friends, like my friend Aaron. I tell him the stories that I make, and I've read some of them to him. Not really art recently. I haven't really been showing people, though, besides you and Mommy.
So there are opportunities for you to showcase your art. There have been art shows where your art has been put on display. There have been times where you've had a chance to write and be published. They've all kind of been school assignments, though. Have you participated in those when those opportunities came about?
Well, yeah, a lot of the times, most of them were required, being completely honest. But, you know, I still put my creativity in it, and whenever there is a school assignment that allows you to be more creative, I, showcase that.
Now, if it wasn't required, would you have still done it?
I guess depends really what it was. It may not have been specifically the art, but whether I wanted to. I felt like putting the full effort in of like the whole more scholastic aspect of it and less of the artistic aspect of it. But like some of the writing assignments I thought were kind of neat, so maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't. It really just depended on what the assignment was, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense. I can buy that. So why do some people develop social phobia? Kids, teens, and adults can have social phobia. Most of the time it starts with a person is young. Like other anxiety problems, social phobia develops because of a combination of different factors.
And one of these factors can be a person's biological makeup. Social phobia could be partly due to the genes and temperament a person inherits. Inherited genetic traits from parents and other relatives can influence how the brain senses and regulates anxiety, shyness, nervousness, and stress reactions. Likewise, some people are born with a shy temperament and tend to be cautious and sensitive in new situations and prefer what's familiar. Most people who develop social phobia have always had a shy temperament. Not everyone with a shy temperament develops social phobia. In fact, most don't. It's the same with the genes. But people who inherit these traits do have an increased chance of developing social phobia.
Behaviors learned from role models is another factor, especially parents. A person's naturally shy temperament can be influenced by what he or she learns from role models. If parents and others react by overprotecting a child who is shy, the child won't have a chance to get used to new situations and new people. Over time, shyness can build into social phobia. Shy parents might also unintentionally set an example by avoiding certain social interactions. A shy child who watches this learns that socializing is uncomfortable, distressing, and something to avoid.
And the final factor is life events and experiences. If people born with a cautious nature have stressful experiences, it can make them even more cautious and shy. Feeling pressure to interact in ways they don't feel ready for, being criticized or humiliated, or even having other fears and worries can make them more likely for a shy or fearful person to develop social anxiety. People who constantly receive critical or disapproving reactions may grow to expect that others will judge them negatively. Being teased or bullied will make people who are already shy likely to retreat to their shells even more. They'll be scared of making a mistake or disappointing someone, and they'll be more sensitive to criticism.
The good news is that the effect of these negative experiences can be turned around with some focused, slow but steady effort. Fear can be learned, and it can be unlearned too. So, what do you think contributes to your shyness of these three factors? Is it biological makeup? Is it learned behavior from role models? Or is it from life events and experiences that have kind of made you shy like you are now?
Well, I don't necessarily know about my biological makeup necessarily right now, so I can't really say it's that. Learned behavior from role models? Despite the fact that mommy is a very outgoing person, I think a lot of my shyness can tend to be learned from you, probably.
So it really is my fault.
It's not. Just, again, there's other factors. So, you being a shy person, as you've admitted, and not really being interested in socializing with people, I do think has kind of had an effect on me. I know you really don't like socializing, you don't have many friends, and you get annoyed by people easily. So
That is true, yes.
And despite the fact that I have a decent friend group, I definitely get annoyed at people easily and don't trust people easily, much like how you do. So I'm assuming that some of my shyness probably was learned from being around you.
Well, I guess that's possible. You know, it's funny. I'm probably a significantly different story than you. Both of my parents were very outgoing. My mother was the type of person that could strike up a conversation with anybody, and she usually did. And my father, everybody loved my father. My father was always the life of the party wherever he went. So I didn't have that role model influence that caused it. And obviously I didn't have the genetic makeup because one side of my family was Irish, and Irish people tend to be very outgoing for the most part. I think I would attribute most of the reason I am the way I am today to life events. Being a big guy my whole life, there's always attention placed on you because you're the biggest guy in the room. And that attention is unwanted and unwarranted attention. So whenever you get that kind of attention, there's a negative feeling around it. And it was one of those types of battles that I faced for a very long time in my life. It wasn't until I was probably in my 30s that I just realized I didn't care what other people thought about the way I looked. It was my life and I was going to live it. And I stopped letting it bother me. But, that's 30 some years of that reinforcing of that shyness and that awkwardness. And it's hard to kind of break away from that. The fact that I'm doing, podcasts now, I think is a breakthrough for me because I'm kind of throwing myself out there like I never would have in the past. But I think it's kind of interesting how you and I both have kind of reached the same point in our shyness. We have a lot of similarities in what our shyness does to us and what it restricts us for. But we kind of got to them differently. What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely find it interesting, and it just goes to show that so many different factors can go into shyness that you can still end up at the same point no matter what. It's like you have different it's kind of the same analogy I have with math. It's like there's so many ways to solve different problems, but there always seems to be one answer to it.
Yeah. Now, do you have friends that you think might be suffering from social phobia or extreme, I don't even want to say social phobia because I don't want to attach a stigma to it. Social phobia is an actual medically diagnosed condition. But do you have anyone who's maybe borderline there or extremely shy that might be more negatively impacted by that than you?
I don't really think any of my current friends, because, from what I've seen, all the friends that I talk to and all the friends that I'm with, they, are able to have a ton of other friends. They, seem quite social, and I guess the only person I could really see that with is possibly, my friend Carly. Not that, like, she has those issues, because, like, she has a lot of friends and she's pretty social, but I can see, like, some nervousness going on, and she's told me that, like, before she ended up coming up to me and talking to me at band, like, she never really talked to anybody.
Right.
She has a ton of friends, but something tells me that, like, she is still kind of shy.
Yeah. And shyness is natural in teens. It's natural in people in general. So I certainly don't think that's a negative type of thing. Nor is it something you necessarily have to get help with. But have you ever talked to anybody, school counselors or anyone about shyness? Have you ever been confronted on shyness or a lack of participation or anything like that by anyone?
Well, outside of, I don't really even know if the one counselor I was talking to has really kind of discussed it with me. Like, we discuss other issues that go on. This isn't really one that's come up all that much, and making friends. The closest we've come is talking about clubs and whatnot, but nothing about, like, shyness and social phobia actually ended up coming up at that point. I mean, I talk with friends. I seem to have some sort of a social life. So I haven't really, I don't know if I've ever directly mentioned it to anybody besides, like, you and Mommy. Like, I may, like, casually mention, like, how I'm not good at socializing with my friends, or, I'll just talk to myself and, tell myself that, hey, you really need to be more open to people, and then I realize that, hey, I'm way more bad at socializing because I'm just talking to myself about this.
Okay, I can certainly see that. Well, we're going to take our next break, our last break, actually, and when we come back, we're going to talk about how to deal with social phobia. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about social phobia. And now we're going to discuss dealing with social phobia. People with social phobia can learn to manage fear, develop confidence and coping skills, and stop avoiding things that make them anxious. But, like everything, it's not always easy. Overcoming social phobia means getting up the courage it takes to go beyond what's comfortable little by little.
Who can help support and guide people in overcoming social phobia? Well, therapists can help people recognize the physical sensations caused by the fight or flight and teach them to interpret these sensations more accurately. Therapists can help people create a plan for facing social fears one by one and help them build the social skills and confidence to do it. This includes practicing new behaviors. Sometimes, but not always, medications that reduce anxiety are used as part of the treatment for social phobia.
Family or friends are especially important for people who are dealing with social phobia. The right support from a few key people can help those with social phobia gather the courage to go outside their comfort zone and try something new. Put-downs, lectures, criticisms, and demands to change don't help, and it just makes a person feel bad. Having social phobia isn't a person's fault and isn't something anyone chooses. Instead, Friends and family can encourage people with social phobia to pick a small goal to aim for, remind them to go for it, and be there when they might feel discouraged. Good friends and family are there to celebrate each small success along the way.
Dealing with social phobia takes patience, courage to face fears and try new things, and the willingness to practice. It takes a commitment to go forward rather than back away from feeling shy. Little by little, someone who decides to deal with extreme shyness can learn to be more comfortable. Each small step forward helps build enough confidence to take the next small step. As shyness and fears begin to melt, confidence and positive feelings build. Pretty soon, the person's thinking less about what might feel uncomfortable and more about what might be fun. So let me ask you, what steps, before we even get to that, do you feel you're less shy or more shy today than you were 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
Well, I'd honestly say that I'm a little less shy than how I was a few years ago. Because that was probably around the time I was in 6th grade, and I had a lot of shyness back then. I was going through a lot during that time. I had very few friends, and the few friends that I had, I either got into fights with or they moved away completely. So I felt completely alienated by my class, and I just felt like I didn't really have a lot of people, and the few people that I had, again, either we had fights or I didn't see them all that often.
So how do you think you got from there to here? Was it a conscious effort? Was it just by default? Was it just surviving adversity? Like, was there a deliberate effort to try to overcome some of these things? Or was it just surviving?
Well, I think a lot of it probably had to do with the start of the podcast. I honestly have the podcast to thank for a lot when it came to how I was feeling, and you saw how I was acting when I was going through the really tough times of my life, and you thought that making a podcast and showing and trying to work through them with me like this, and also giving it to people who may have also been going through it, would help. And honestly, I feel it has. And I've talked about how it's helped me deal with my emotions and all these other topics that we've already discussed. And I guess it could also have done something when it came to my shyness. I mean, you look back at the first few episodes, I barely talked. I barely said anything into the podcast. You had to constantly get me to talk, and I only gave really short answers. And you see me now, and I've been monologuing for however many minutes. And so I can probably have the podcast to thank for a lot of it, because it helped to open me up more. And then I also think the idea of having all the schools meshed together in middle school also, and having a ton of other kids from different schools, might also had a factor in it as well.
Have there been any factors specifically in school? I know you had multiple middle schools show up at high school at one time, and you're kind of flooded with a new batch of kids that you've not been exposed to. Have there been events at schools? Has there been clubs? Have there been any kind of activities at school that, or even teachers, would qualify? Has there been anything that the school itself has done that you think may have contributed to getting you to where you are today?
Well, I don't really know. I think one of the things might have been how the classes, mainly, that I kind of got squished into, because being in all these higher up classes, you're kind of in the same classes with a majority of the people. And with the people I was in a ton of classes with, I started, gaining friendship points with. And, like, I started talking with them and interacting with them. So I could think of that. I guess also the clubs I've been trying to join, like, I've done marching band, even though it's probably not, I wasn't as social, it wasn't as big of a social thing as I had hoped. I made Carly as a friend, and eventually Natalie and Madeline ended up joining, and I got a better relationship with my friend Summer, and I could see that might have had a bit of an impact.
Okay. Let me kind of reverse that a little bit and ask, has there been anything negative that came out of school? We'll stick to school. Has there been anything negative? Experiences, clubs, interactions, individuals without naming names that had a negative impact on that may have made you struggle a little bit more than you would have?
Well, I guess the biggest thing we can probably bring up is the pandemic, because, that stopped a lot of socializing, and it also made me realize that I could live perfectly fine with hardly talking to people. So having that realization probably harmed me, but surprisingly, I think after the pandemic, I was slightly more social, but I can definitely see, but it's definitely damaged me in the fact that I wasn't able to join clubs, and because I didn't join, because, like, that had really stopped me from joining clubs, and this was, like, the first year I've actually tried to join clubs, even though I wanted to join them in 7th grade, and then the pandemic ruined all of that. And then I guess some more negative experiences, partially with marching band, might have also had instances that may have put me in a more negative mood of socialization.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the effects of COVID. So everybody was basically locked down for almost a year straight, longer in some areas. And most people, when the lockdowns kind of started to lift, even before they started to lift, people were just jonesing to get out of the house. They were desperate to go see people, desperate to spend time with family. When things started to lighten up, did that inspire you to be more social? Did you have a desire to it? Or was that an effect that was transferred from Mommy and I wanting to be more social that just kind of fell on you?
Being completely honest, I didn't really like the fact that we had to go back to school. I didn't really like the idea of being around people, knowing the danger of it. And even though it was, safer, like, even when we were doing hybrid during 8th grade, I didn't go back. I stayed remote the entire year, and when we basically were forced to go back, I kind of wasn't really willing to do that.
Yes, and neither were many other people either, both work and with school. So let me ask you one last question. How much of you contributes negatively to being shy?
Probably my harsh criticisms about myself and the fact that I hold myself to really high expectations. That's really I guess where it comes into play when a lot of social situations, much like I said earlier and last week, I don't really like to answer certain questions because I'm scared that I'd get it wrong. That is mainly due in part to how I overcriticize myself and say that if I get even the slightest thing wrong, I'm a failure. It shouldn't be happening. I should always strive for perfection, and if I can't meet that, then, well, all hope is lost or whatever.
Well, and I think it's worth noting that we're all a work in progress. None of us are perfect. None of us are ever going to be perfect. But I think it's important to understand that as hard as we can be on ourselves, and you can be very hard on yourself, you have to be kind to yourself. You have to give yourself a little bit of understanding. We all make mistakes. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes, as long as you learn from them. So, I know you can be your hardest critic at times. And as a parent, it's very difficult for me to sit by and watch that and not be able to do anything about it. But in the end, ultimately, you have to have the drive yourself to change and to improve these things. And if you get to the point where you don't want to be shy, you want to be social, then ultimately it's incumbent upon you to make that happen. As much as Mommy and I and anybody else can help you, there has to be a conscious decision. And I say this not just to you, but I say this to everyone out there who might be suffering from shyness at higher degrees. You have to want to get by it. And until you are, you can't consider yourself a failure if you don't set a goal, right? You can't fail at a goal that doesn't exist. So if you don't want to get over shyness and you're comfortable being who you are and the way you are and, enduring the things that you endure, then you're not a failure for being what other people think that you should be.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be who you are. And if you're shy and you're quiet and you're not the kind of person who wants to get up and give an exposition to a audience, then there's nothing wrong with that either. I think my moral here is that if it's to the point that it's stopping you from doing things and it's causing other anxieties and other health issues, then that's where we're borderline with social phobia, and it probably needs to be, taken care of by a professional, right? And I don't think you're there yet. And I don't think you're going there because clearly you're getting better with it. So I think you're in a good spot right now.
All right.
So I think that was all we had today. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and get your closing thoughts and finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I just want to bring the message up more about the idea of social phobia. Sometimes people can be so afraid of socializing that it can genuinely be a detriment to their physical and mental well-being, and that's not good. And if you or someone you know is experiencing something like that, I would definitely recommend getting some form of help. Having a good support group or talking to a professional is certainly recommended. And obviously we're not professionals, but we can provide you the sources and help you get on that journey for self-improvement.
All right. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I would once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already. You can get what can you get? You can get something. You can get audio versions. Thank you. Audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also encourage you to give us your feedback right in. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days, or at least we try to stream 5 days a week on Twitch. We had some technical difficulties today with our internet connection.
Wah, wah, wah.
Exactly. You can catch us on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, usually hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow are not really any more monthly podcasts, but we're working on it, hosted by you and normally my brother Sam.
All right, that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 163, Understanding Your Emotions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my happy and healthy co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right. This was not a bad week. We're a day late here because we had a family fire pit night last night before the weather turned bad on us here, so we kind of postponed it a day. Anything exciting going on with your week?
Not currently. It's kind of been chill week.
Chill week. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. Well, not with the temperature, at least.
Well, yeah, temperature's like in the 60s here. It's ridiculous. So part of our effort in this series of 10 here is we're kind of building on what we kicked off in 161 with our emotional intelligence. So today we're talking about understanding your emotions. Emotions are complex and at times can be overwhelming. Emotions help us deal with the world around us and to handle our experiences. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at how emotions help us. We'll discuss some basic rules about emotions, and we'll look at tips on building emotional awareness. But as always, before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast now, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can DM us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all our social media and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are back again talking about emotional intelligence related things. And like our previous few episodes, this comes to us from kidshealth.org. They say how emotions help us. So what are you feeling right now as you listen to this podcast or watch this podcast? Are you curious? Are you hopeful you'll learn something about yourself? Are you bored because this isn't something you're really into? Well, if you are, you probably shouldn't be listening or watching this.
Yeah.
Or are you happy because it's something you enjoy? And perhaps you're distracted by something else, like feeling excited about your weekend plans, or sad because you just went through a breakup. Emotions like these are part of human nature. They give us information about what we're experiencing and help us know how to react. We sense our emotions from the time we're babies. Infants and young children react to their emotions with facial expressions or with actions like laughing, cuddling, or crying. They feel and show emotions, but they don't yet have the ability to name the emotion or say why they feel that way.
As we grow up, we become more skilled in understanding emotions. Instead of just reacting like little kids do, we can identify what we feel and put it into words.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice, safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end.
Uh-huh.
So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human. The test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to, change what we define it as well. It's not just text-based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on on artificial intelligence.
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You know, you have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and you know they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online, and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. Mm. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. You know, when we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active interactive community, both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You can even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. The couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting to like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we'd ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ from that.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. That's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require a thorough understanding of the people and the things within an environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion and automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this, and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name of it. We learned it in college, but it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? You know, that's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like, I don't know if I, as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence, would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already, and some of the challenges we've had, where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input: voice inflection, body movement, you know, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. You know, one of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. You know, they had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. You know, do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that where you're interacting with
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self-checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, you know, their livelihood, and, you know, they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting into trying to figure it out.
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working on. But the golden ring or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. This is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that. I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing with emotions, recognizing emotions, and coping with them already. I don't know how you would possibly translate that into software.
No, I think it would have to be, you can't, it's all math based, right? So you can't, that's the whole point of emotion. You can't quantify it, right?
Right.
Unless you measure heart rate, I guess, if you're angry or sweating or, biological reactions. But when it gets to the thinking about interpreting emotions, I just think it's too nebulous. And if we did have a self-aware AI, it would have to be, maybe based off of personality, or it would just be purely logical.
So then we're talking something more along the lines of RoboCop, where we take the ex-con and we stick his brain into the robot there, and that's the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or in Halo, if you guys are familiar with that, they use a human brain to then make an AI.
Right.
So the AI is part human, kind of. Something like that, but I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing that. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again. And they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of where what we're creating is superseding us, that it's okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point. We can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about, is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back. For a
For 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So Elon Musk, not Musk's, Elon Musk wrote, "The pace of progress in artificial intelligence," he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, "is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most."
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk. I didn't see
Okay.
where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and killing them tells me right now that AI actually physically is danger.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. He's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it, other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives for it to then turn into something dangerous. The most I could see it being is like an over-reliance on computers and AI instead, and when then they malfunction, then you have problems like the recent airport, the FAA systems went down, things like that, things where we have large-scale operations being run by AI, and then the AIs break, and then we have a problem.
So Musk was quoted in a separate quote comparing AI to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people. Not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea-Wiz close-in weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about, again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them or to have them malfunction and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
Right.
and not the AI that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense, because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here
Mhm.
before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not gonna you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not gonna wake up one day and go, "Hey, I'm gonna go blow up that town." Someone's gonna have to tell it to go do that. It doesn't. We're not at the point where these things can actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, when they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right, of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it, because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots, if it was a fully automated, a bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, everyone's
We're getting all the banner people out here today.
He said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless those unpredictable threats make it worse for you. I don't know. I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control the economy. That's different. But in terms of military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So, do you think that in order to combat nations, assuming Russia's gearing up towards artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But, yeah, I just think it's going to... And you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against the, whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media, I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed? Is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight-up manipulation of people, I think when those have real-world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, you had the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
Well, that's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get a bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when you, the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want.
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's so effective.
That's the definition of advertising.
I know. I just think it's I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. It eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you've asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly
Yeah.
example of, I mean, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road,
Mhm.
you know. Is this something we need to worry about where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and you know, they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Like, is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there, not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway
Oh, okay.
situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so we can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's a chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you hit version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. We had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
the social grading,
and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. If this is gonna happen, yeah, I mean, sure, there's mix up with, people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of, the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution
Yeah.
as human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket at the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It was like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're going to rely on these things, and it's like, it's something similar to getting on a plane or something where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for, convenience, honestly. If you're going to give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey man, you get on the plane, you gotta expect it. All right.
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one was 126.
Sure does. Hey man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects, the social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives? Or is it still like it is now where it's more in the background? It's not necessarily as prominent.
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this. And they're going to these colleges. They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. And we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
exactly
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well,
mm-hmm.
Is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, yeah, it's like a tool. I think in this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale. Good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product what Lensa would create because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you, but you feel like you've made this and you really haven't. You didn't do any, you don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode, but also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something. And I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like, and then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was
man.
so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these? Because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song, that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filtering. You have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to, photoshopping an image, right? Or using a filter on Instagram, where it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making, it's not like physically drawing it, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are, I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've modified those and regurgitated it back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that, with people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. But then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, oh, So it's not magic. It's not like it's not a computer making like it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing. And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think it is we're getting there. We're getting there, right? And I have like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. You know, we're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, you know, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, you know, interests me and kind of scares me.
So, for years now, before AI existed, before computer-generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose of the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like you have to apply that, right? You have to. It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the like making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and like make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. It's a robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup. They didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba or Mando 2.5 or, you know, in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no longer the voice. It's all signed over to AI.
So he signed it over, and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different, and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way, and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. You know, it was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But, like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. But they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in the ghost in the machine.
You know what? They put Lenin, they embalmed Lenin's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't
okay?
Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is, like, eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in to like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, or we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
Wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One and you needed Princess Leia in there. Now granted it's a little different because she's passed away. But if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie. Okay,
that's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think like we can't just like keep digging up these people and putting them into computers and like Indiana Jones.
But you can. That's the point.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So
hey, man, support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
so that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
it would still be the same outcome though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff, where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And
No,
I think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
what if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of.
So then you work in stage, okay?
they go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying it's something to think about. It's really important that we keep the human element in these things because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you got to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of admiration for people.
You have a lot of
like,
pent up frustration.
yeah,
on that.
why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. Like it's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen. Because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today. Unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man. I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
You know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true. We
though.
led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right. So that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff,
Right.
understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this,
Right. Not knowing.
not knowing that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rule-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe v. Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. And new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. And then there's a long period of time until it happens again. How do you think this compares to other fights, civil rights, for instance? How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities.
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, you know, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and you know, and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it, because again, our attention span, you know, is, you know, we have short attention span theater, you know, of our minds. You know, look at, you know, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, you know, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you know, you have the gun reforms that are they're trying to pass, but again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus, because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, we have to, but no, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of, I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that. Because obviously media is one aspect, you know, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? You know, so Wyoming, you know, it was the 1800s when, you know, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth, it was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. You know, there was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, you know, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's, you know, what do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination
right,
against women
okay,
on this one.
okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been won, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time, because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election
or the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party
Mm-hmm.
are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
Will make it
certainly
harder.
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's,
Do you feel threatened by that?
fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want, and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away. Now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things Because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say, I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
well, there's certain
somebody
factors
else.
Like cost of living and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That you have to factor in the
totally.
salary.
I totally.
But compensation-wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know, because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention, because there's always these websites you can go to and say, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm,
is it because you're a woman, or because you're a one-of-a-kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently, at my company, had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another,
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of states are making progress with women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the door's open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, your local. But I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, eventually see something.
What's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women. Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has, for over a century, had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to your only job in life is to raise the family and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to do in their life. If that's
what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
Right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly.
In the
but don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, you know, is her own, you know, and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, you know, she's also surrounded, you know, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too, and that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
educate,
carry me along in that journey.
Yes,
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, you know, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population that are targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. You know, the fact that they're not including accessibility, common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when excuse me, when absentee voting was done because we were in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
A pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. Mm-hmm. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see, that's...
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government, again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s, and then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination.
Never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position. Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasury, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. Top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you, while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the first time a woman...
Right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at... Obviously, there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. But what annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use. Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing. Standing
on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's hope and pray. We'll talk about prayers that. And thoughts. We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
Rip into it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision? Because the day before, they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
For over 100 years.
designed to save lives.
Right.
Which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
Right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment, nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right.
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia.
Right.
Which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
Right.
So
because it's all up for interpretation. Yep. That's what it is.
So the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we really don't give a damn about it because you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah.
If that is not...
That's profound.
With between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that how...
Yeah. It highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy coming out of today's Supreme Court.
Right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion, I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb. Yeah. And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the 2 rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions. Because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here, that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court decision, which, honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem, is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right, and that's where now Okay, so everybody's, kind of, you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were gonna be jailed, and the woman who received it was gonna be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's gonna stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of, gay and lesbian couples, you're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision, I have various clergy friends that are now offering free to remarry you in a state that is protecting you. And the contraception, that's another thing that now, oh, thank God for Clarence Thomas, for everything. But you know what law he's not going to overturn is Loving, because that affects him, because he's married to a lovely white woman but all the recent things he's picking in, oh, well, I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
And this is the problem that I have, is that our current Supreme Court has turned into an activist court.
Mm-hmm.
And their job is to rule on the constitutionality of laws and situations.
Right.
It's not to make new laws. It's not to overturn laws. The Supreme Court should never be able to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the law of the land.
Right.
If they can overturn their own decisions, where do you go from there?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is now what else is on the books that you can overturn?
Right. The only way a Supreme Court decision should be overturned is with a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that should overturn.
Right.
So a couple of things that come out of this. One, you're going to see an assault on other freedoms that the right-wing nut jobs in the Supreme Court don't agree with. That's the number one concern. Number two, you're going to push decisions like this down to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have 50 different laws in 50 different states covering all these different things.
We're basically becoming 50 different countries at this point.
Yep. The other problem that I have is now, because you're going to see the Supreme Court overturning Supreme Court precedent, the only way to defend against that is a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of our politics today and who's, how that razor sharp edge that we're on right now between Republican and Democrat, to think that these idiots would contemplate doing amendments to the Constitution terrifies me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were ripping the Constitution apart with the 2020 election. These people are just itching to rewrite it in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what scares me more than anything else. Yes, the whole abortion thing is probably never should have gotten to the Supreme Court, because really it's not, and at least it shouldn't have gotten there in the form that it did, because abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. Your health is, your personal well-being is, and that's how it should have been presented to the Supreme Court, and then you couldn't overturn it at that point.
Right.
But things that go to the Supreme Court now don't matter.
Right.
Because after a couple of years and you get a couple of justices retire, whoever happens to be president at the time, they're going to switch it their way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real threat that Joe Biden might pack the Supreme Court now because of the situation that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So then, okay, so 5 years down the line, when we have a new president out there, what's going to happen there? Are we going to wind up with 50 Supreme Court justices? Because every time a new president comes in, they want to make sure that the court's tilted in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
This decision breaks the country.
Mm-hmm. in so many ways.
Yeah. Do you feel threatened by this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And fortunately, again, I'm an older woman. Ugh, as much as that hurts me. Who I know if, again, something were to happen, I have the means, I have the ability to get the help that I would need. No matter what, because again, we live in a state where it is still legal and will probably always remain legal. I worry about women, girls, trans men, even, who live in areas where they don't have it accessible and can't get the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes me angry. And you know, I want to go fight.
What do you think needs to happen to set this right? What does the government, the president, the Supreme Court, citizens, what do we have to do to fix this and have it stay fixed? Because we thought it was fixed.
Right. And that's the thing, is there are certain states where it is fixed. No matter what the law of the land is, it's, you know, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? You know, if I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, you know, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and you know, I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. You know, and granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school, where, you know, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, you know, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative in, you know, she's kind of like all over the board, like she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. You know, and when I, you know, and I said, but, you know, I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things. And, you know, she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to. And I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, you know, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, you know, so, and then there are women that, you know, have other medical issues. You know, my best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose, whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry, now granted, trans men can, I don't want to exclude them, but if these white cis men were, you know, at risk of their body harming them, you know, because think about it, you know, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, you know, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened during, I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, you know, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, you know, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you know, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted and is something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival, yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did,
Right.
you can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
resist.
Resist. There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's gaming monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taken a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks. But we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys may know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you can go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision, Blizzard, and King Studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush, but games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are out.
Yeah. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to, and like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
The organizers,
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see, there's a graphic you can look up. We have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beenox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more in later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. But some important points, actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is this, the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending. but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one with gaming revenue at $25 billion. Tencent coming in at number 2 with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number 3 with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense, none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Nope, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones, but in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault, there was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you wanted to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up, left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning because Sony's had exclusives, for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. A lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016, we've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA Union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. That would have been a hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize, or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, I mean, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Yeah. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio, production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said, the move to our embed, our QA team, has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is this a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. The speculation is that this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the GIP hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when they was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello and Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She said not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture. But especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well.
Sure,
a lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside. I would rather just take longer, just so you don't
Absolutely,
have to...
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready, and it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. Excuse me. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass with PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out, you have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know there's 2 different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disk drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disk drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage. Plus, I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. Is only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming, because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection, or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that, there are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time, and, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else, and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country, or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3, they didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games, and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of the thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back, and we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, #1 again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the #1 best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket. Because, and I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Momakuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped, 3-4 years ago, but, kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because, it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But, you have the big three, I would say at this point. You have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play in it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one? Production, maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
Yeah, they have all these. Oh, exhibition, that's what it is. For movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own, the Xbox, I guess, would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is a billion-dollar industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know. And
ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out, and that's...
When you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But yeah, that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on, Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS, real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could...
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily, which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with it.
Oh, really?
And it's more because of the controls.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my
Yeah.
phone, and it's like, you've kind of lost me with that stuff. But you know, if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making, you know, an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller
As
interface.
long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response, because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this, but the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence, because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused, action, adventure games. You have Uncharted, well, not anymore, but, Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got... What else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making, you don't have those like... It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single-party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we going to get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be
I mean,
insane.
it's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just, I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling quickly. And you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies, where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others, and then eventually that studio system was torn down, and that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. Are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon?
The market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance. So everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up. Mm-hmm. It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. It was a two-man company he started. And they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Axis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment. And they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity at the very least. So, I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there. And it's just a matter of, when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building the stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands-off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I don't know, forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around.
Yeah.
But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah. Yeah, EA, we could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lena Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah,
and their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics into this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So it's really, we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not keep, even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. Because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. You know, what would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think that this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, you were kind of at that stage where all this news broke and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard?
And that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think it's if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. You know, just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
That it really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. You know, because we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year, you know, benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, you know, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
And that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. I mean, this was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the Red Ring of Death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the Red Ring of Death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the Red Ring of Death was when the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, will cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the Red Ring of Death on a logo, is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the
problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people wound up doing and not getting what they wanted.
Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox Two, Xbox. Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X, because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully. And you know, we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. They continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade maybe, the next Xbox isn't, it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
They're just early.
didn't take off with it.
Yeah, Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there,
The audience isn't ready for that yet.
that too. Yeah. I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem's that, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, all this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on the show before. But I think some way to at least start is to which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the War on Terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know that the risk of what they're volunteering, is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, and you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified.
Mm-hmm.
But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
war
to
on
think
terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president, but it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that? I
could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What,
I mean,
like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the
Okay.
details on it, but
Either way.
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip
Yeah.
at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or
Right.
something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. You know, these people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. I mean, that's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, I mean, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. I mean, and I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. Yeah. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remained in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone and provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. Mm-hmm. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know. Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
Yeah, that footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, you know, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
what makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah, and then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders now. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before, it's like for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much. So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. with hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, you know. So you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, you know, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and you know, my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. You know, they've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. Like, it's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate, and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring, and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, I mean, if they maybe not content, but they were, you know, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. I mean, sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we've run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You know, you got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or you know, partially paralyzed because of injury sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, still comparing these two things, because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everyone that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous so that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And
Right.
like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. You know, we've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just
done
use
it.
drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare, because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, you know, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach, where it's, you know, instead it's a plane taking out, you know, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is, you know.
And that's a valid point. You know, when people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. a lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military, and some of the warlords were probably paid. The government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell, and it was, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight, and they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done, but once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan, he's failed to properly lead, and he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation, and I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
Peace with honor.
Yeah, that's what it was. So we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands. Mm-hmm. It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in. And the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. Ultimately, they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20-plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this. And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan Civil War, it's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody civil war among the Afghans. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. A civil war is an opportunity to have a proxy war, which we already mentioned, between other less involved countries. Ultimately, the region's going to continue to be war-torn for years to come.
So, again, we're going to end the show on a positive note here, and it's doom and gloom again for another region of the world. I think our involvement in Afghanistan is something that is going to cost us well beyond the numbers that we've talked about here for years to come. If you look just at the human toll here on the Americans that serve there, the people that live there that are now displaced, the people that are living there now that are living under a repressive regime, 20 years later, nothing's changed. All that money spent, all those lives lost, all the bullets, all the bombs, and you're literally back to where you were 20 years ago. Was it worth it?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. For my closing thoughts, I'd say if you're gonna take a look at this, try not to get mired in the teams of it. Don't take sides. There's fault in terms of politics, fault on both sides, and ultimately the people that are losing are the people of Afghanistan and any other country that is caught in a situation like this, and the people that are winning are the people making money off of this. Follow the money, right? People that are making the missiles for the drone strikes, people that are funding these armies and profiting off any resources that are gathered in the process. I think that is really the takeaway from this, is that this is just the way that, wars are going today. The profiteering off it, and ultimately the lower, the less enfranchised people getting the hit.
No doubt. So that was all we had. Before we do go, I would invite our audience once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothethings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can be found on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or Instagram listed at insightsintothings, where links to all those can be found on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, Outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, like, that number to me is just astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's just like you said. Once you get past, like, honestly, like 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them.
Yeah.
Let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, like, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable,
Yeah.
really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2- or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at, the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic, to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is, I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan, essentially. Now, I know some people that are going into medical fields, so they're going into grad school, so that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like, I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years.
are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. No.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school?
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
Right.
Going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much you can just get loans, and there's not
Right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I had seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school, and it just seemed like that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because just having the degree. You talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting that as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of
how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being the something that was up top there that I didn't talk about. The Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah. If you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more because people want to go to college. They can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was. But it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel they need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it. And that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges, where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the schools still can't pay them.
Yeah, and the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that.
Right.
Just on like the broadcast rights alone. So.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah.
And it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible out of people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020. And their conclusion, college is expensive.
Good work for us.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time. And today, the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. what are fees and where are they going? And it's
Right.
like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff
Yeah.
like that, where they try to hide all the costs.
Yep.
But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more
Yeah.
upfront with these. So, what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost.
Mhm.
And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college, that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that just, I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, This is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
Extremely
absolutely.
predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying, but Washington's College Bound Scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this.
Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million,
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater, and really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist,
and that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back, so it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. That's what, didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything
Right.
like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay. So if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make those debt go that debt go away,
It breaks the whole system.
right? It breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
debt drives the economy
Yeah.
more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up.
Mhm.
What you need is you need to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008 where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans but have, once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy.
Mhm.
So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds
You
like a
know.
bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it? Yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with
I was gonna say that's
most
why it's on this
things-
show.
most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school is not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So, according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So, nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college debt.
They don't have any income either. But go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage. And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students or the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt?
Absolutely.
Which you could also be co-signed too? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it.
Yeah.
So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. You know, everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You know, you look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem. You know,
Right.
I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it. And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
it's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, I it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end
We
of these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future. And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need. Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
and then will they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings.
or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice, safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end. Folks. So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human, the test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to, change what we define it as well. It's not just text based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online, and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data, and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product, and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. When we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You could even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. The couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting into like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we'd ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ. from that.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. That's kind of like that. A theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require a thorough understanding of the people and the things within an environment, including don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion and automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this, and and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name, but we learned it in college. But it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? That's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
a certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like, I don't know if I, as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence, would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already, and some of the challenges we've had, where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox Series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input: voice inflection, body movement, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. One of the implementations that people have talked about with this